Chapter 1519, 1 against 2. Chapter 1519, 1 against 2. Boom! Boom! Two shocking noises could be heard. The two headless soldiers had already appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. They then extended their long spears. Its power was impressive. Humph! You're not the only one who knows consciousness attacks. Jian Wushuang gave a cold humph. A huge amount of soul power burst forth, and a giant golden divine ape rose up. Similarly, the golden divine ape carried a long sword. With a shrill roar, it moved toward the two headless soldiers. Piss off! The long sword swept past the area rashly. As the stroke contained a shocking amount of strength, it pushed back the two headless soldiers at the same time. After that, the golden divine ape took one step and plunged toward Xanju. If two headless soldiers are unable to stop you, how about three? Xanju's eyes turned cold and gloomy. After his speech, another headless soldier appeared in the void in front of him. In addition to the two headless soldiers, previously, there were a total of 3 headless soldiers. Rumble! The 3 headless soldiers gave off amazing power and surrounded Jian Wushuang's golden divine ape. They then attacked at the same time and gave Jian Wushuang more pressure. This Xanju is really powerful. Jian Wushuang could not help but exclaim. It should be known that every headless soldier had the fighting capabilities of a real god. Hence, 3 headless soldiers were equivalent to 3 real gods teaming up, which put Jian Wushuang under a lot of pressure. At that moment, haha, this place is really lively. Laughter could be heard, and a silver-armored young man could be seen speeding over from a distance away. Around this battlefield, there were a few universe gods present. However, those universe gods were observing from a distance, and they did not dare to go over. After all, the ones fighting were the monsters in the top 10 of the universe god ranking list. Without sufficient power, they wouldn't dare to participate in such a fight. And at that very moment, the silver-armored young man plunged over fearlessly. Naturally, he had absolute confidence in his own abilities. It's universe god Luing. Jian Wushuang's eyes could not help but narrow. Luing! Xanju also looked toward him. Universe god Luing was ranked 7th in the universe god ranking list, which was just after Jian Wushuang and Xanju. By including Duan Lingfeng and Zi Dongwang, who were by the side, out of the 10 monsters who were in the top 10 of the universe god ranking list, 5 of them were present. Luing, you must be here for the white blaze fruit, right? Xanju spoke. Of course, universe god Luing laughed. Since that's the case, you and I should team up and kill this Jian Wushuang. As for the 9 white blaze fruits that he has, we shall split them among us after killing him. Deal. Xanju said. All right. Universe god Luing nodded his head without hesitation. At that moment, everyone in the cave knew that Jian Wushuang alone possessed 9 white blaze fruits. Hence, universe god Luyang showed himself, since his objective was also Jian Wushuang. Let's do it. Kill. Xanju was filled with murderous intent. Universe god Luyang also transformed into a silver, fluttering light and charged into the battlefield like lightning. Another one. Humph. Jian Wushuang's face turned cold. However, he was not fearful in the slightest bit. With a shift of his body, 18 shadows appeared immediately. His body also became abnormal. Ha! Jian Wushuang. The experts on the higher end of the Vientiane Tower believed that your martial art motion was number 1 among the universe gods. However, I, Luing, am the first person to be dissatisfied with that. Today, I wish to see exactly how impressive your martial art motion is. Universe god Luyang gave a loud laugh. With a change of the silver, fluttering light that he had transformed into, the light transformed into many layers and countless silver. Fragmentary shadows appeared in the universe. These shadows were also extremely strange. Martial art motion was what universe god Liu Yang was the most proficient in. Before Jian Wushuang appeared, he was recognized as the number one among the universe gods in terms of martial art motion. At that moment, he had come across Jian Wushuang. Firstly, he wished to get the white blaze fruits from Jian Wushuang. Secondly, he wished to have a showdown with Jian Wushuang. Bring it on. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone with harsh light. His body movements bypassed the small gaps between the three headless soldiers easily, and he headed toward the layers of silver light. He attacked with his blood mountain sword abruptly, and the golden divine ape which shrouded his body also launched an attack. As for universe god Luing, his hands were each carrying a big silver hammer, and he attacked with lightning speed. Bump, 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 bump. Intense sounds of thunder could be heard continuously. Initially, the sounds of collision had come from one part of the void. However, in the next moment, it came from tens of miles away from the ground, and this opened up a big hole in the ground. After that, the sound came from a mountain, and the mountain had also split open. It was too fast. Their movement speed was too fast, and their martial art motion was also extremely strange. Among the universe gods who were observing the battle from a distance, most of them revealed a shocked expression. They were totally unable to see Jian Wushuang and universe god Liu Ying's figure clearly. What they could see was the strange golden fragmentary shadow left behind by the golden divine ape that shrouded Jian Wushuang's body. However, as number 6 on the universe god ranking list, Xanju could see everything clearly. Die. Jian Wushuang and universe god Liu Ying had just clashed with one another head-on once. All of a sudden, they heard explosive sounds near them. The three big, headless soldiers had already appeared beside Jian Wushuang, and the three long spears headed toward him at the same time. Humph! Although your headless soldiers are powerful, their bodies are too big and they are too clumsy. Therefore, they are unable to touch me. Jian Wushuang laughed disdainfully. With a strange movement of his body, he circled around the three headless soldiers easily. The long spears of the three headless soldiers were totally unable to touch Jian Wushuang's clothes. Jian Wushuang was standing together with universe god Liu Ying like before. Jian Wushuang, you dare to underestimate me. Xianju's eyes were filled with flames of fury. After that, the three headless soldiers swung their arms with great strength. The long spears on their hands were thrown out at once, and they aimed at Jian Wushuang. The speed of throwing was a lot faster than the moving speed of the three headless soldiers. While Jian Wushuang was still fighting with universe god Liu Ying, the three long spears were thrown with lightning speed. What? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. His body then writhed strangely, and he avoided the paths of the three spears. However, the moment he avoided the long spears, universe god Liu Ying found an opening. Haha, Jian Wushuang, eat my hammer attack. Universe god Liu Ying was laughing loudly. At the same time, both his hands held a big hammer. Meteor heavenly hammer. Boom! A silver thunderbolt descended with lightning speed abruptly. Faced with the hammer attack, Jian Wushuang was unable to dodge. Moreover, he had also failed to use his sword principles in time to block the attack. Hence, he could only use the Blood Mountain sword to block. Bam! With a loud noise, Jian Wushuang's body was sent flying to the ground like a meteorite. In the end, he crashed into the ground, creating a big hole. However, not long after the big hole appeared Russell. An enormous amount of crimson flames burst forth abruptly. The crimson flames had an astonishing temperature which burnt the ground to ashes. At the core of the crimson flames, a figure appeared. It was Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang just then was like an emperor of the Sea of Fire. Chapter 1520 Retreat. Chapter 1520 Retreat. Under my meteor heavenly hammer, he wasn't injured at all. Universe god Lu Ying floated in the void as he looked at Jian Wushuang. He noticed that Jian Wushuang's, who was crowned among the crimson sea of fire at that very moment, aura had grown even stronger than before. Kill! Among the crimson sea of fire, a ghostly figure soared up and 18 shadows were cast simultaneously. 10,000 shadows. Jian Wushuang wielded his sword at lightning speed. The sword lights crossed wantonly and flooded in to engulf Universe God Lu Ying. Haha, come on. Universe God Lu Ying let out a burst of hearty laughter, and his aura started churning. The pair of huge silver hammers burst out silver light. Suddenly, it continuously bombarded him with attacks. Bang, 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 bang. As they fought in madness, there were countless shadows left in the void. Jian Wushuang's speed and strength are much better than before. Universe god Lu Ying's pupils contracted. Previously, when he was fighting against Jian Wushuang head-on, they had been evenly matched. However, when Jian Wushuang had performed Scarlet Kingdom, he had felt the increase in pressure. Especially in terms of martial art motion, Jian Wushuang was really one notch faster. Lu Ying, step aside. There was suddenly a deep voice. Universe god Lu Ying didn't hesitate, but retreated immediately from the silver flowing light. Jian Wushuang quickly lifted his head, and he instantly noticed Exinju, who had burst out a terrifying aura from afar. Jian Wushuang, try to take this. Exinju's face was distorted in agony. Before him, it was overcast with black fog. The entire heaven and earth were covered in boundless darkness. The black fog was like widely open mouths that were going to swallow Jian Wushuang. The coverage of the black fog was too huge, and Jian Wushuang had no way to shake it off. Die. 9 weight destruction. Rumble. A terrifying consciousness charged towards Jian Wushuang. The consciousness attack was like a huge millstone that was crushing Jian Wushuang without any pattern. Plus, there wasn't only one millstone, but there was a total of 9 millstones, and one was stronger than the others. It was Exinju's strongest move, 9 weight destruction. Jian Wushuang looked stony-faced, and the huge dark tortoise had already surfaced. Then, one millstone after another hit his body. Bang, 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 bang. The former 8 attacks, Jian Wushuang had forcefully withstood them with a strong yet tenacious soul power. In the 9th strike, which was the last strike, the most terrifying strike of consciousness, crushed over. Ah! Jian Wushuang let out a shrill scream at the hit. He felt an unprecedented sharp pain in his soul, and it was as though his head was going to explode. However, the sharp pain only continued for a short while before it subsided. Jian Wushuang was still standing in the void, but his face was red and his body was covered in sweat. He lifted his head again after a good while. He then smirked coldly. Exinju, your consciousness attack is really scary, but it's a pity that it can't kill me. Exinju remained silent, and his face grew grave. I performed 9 weight destruction with my all. Even one with ordinary real god's consciousness strength would find it hard to withstand, but Jian Wushuang withstood it forcefully. His consciousness is this strong. But he didn't know that Jian Wushuang's consciousness couldn't be actually considered as strong. It was merely capped at the limit of a universe god. He had yet to reach real god's level. However, Jian Wushuang's consciousness had already transformed into soul long ago, and his soul power was at a much higher level and much more tenacious by a few folds compared to consciousness. His soul power was especially greater in terms of its tenacity. Exinju's technique could kill an ordinary real god's consciousness, but it couldn't kill Jian Wushuang's soul, which was only at the level of the limit of a universe god. Exinju, universe god Lu Ying, what other techniques do you have? Use them all. Jian Wushuang's imposing manner had recovered to its peak again. His gaze was cold as he glanced. Xanju and Universe God Lu Ying were standing side by side as their eyebrows tightly knitted. Lu Ying, I've performed my strongest unique skill, but I still can't kill him. How about you? Do you have any other techniques? Xanju asked. I do have it, but even if I perform it, it won't kill him. Universe God Lu Ying shook his head and replied. We're in trouble. Xanju and Universe God Lu Ying went silent. Just then, a terrifying roar suddenly burst into the void, not too far away. At the same time, there were two bolts of earth-shattering power that spread. The two bolts of power struck fear into both Xanju and Universe God Lu Ying. Xanju and Universe God Lu Ying immediately looked towards the other side of the battlefield. Their pupils contracted the moment they saw the scene. On the battlefield, Duan Lingfeng and Zi Dongwang had already separated. However, Zi Dongwang at that moment, his hair was messy, he looked pale, and there was even blood at the corners of his lips. He was obviously in a fix. Duan Lingfeng, on the other hand, his status was still at his peak, and his aura was soaring into high sky. He was obviously in a better position than Zi Dongwang. Zi Dongwang, you who are on the second place on Universe God ranking list, your power is only at such level. A cold voice was heard from Duan Lingfeng, and it reverberated through the universe. Bastard! Zi Dongwang clenched his teeth, but he could do nothing about it. Xanju and Universe God Lu Ying was at a loss for words. The scene before them was obvious. In the earlier battle, the one at a disadvantage was Zi Dongwang. But he was on the second place on Universe God ranking list. Xanju Lu Ying, they two of you joined forces, but couldn't kill Jian Wushuang. Zi Dongwang noticed the outcome on the other side too, and immediately reprimanded. Xanju and Universe God Lu Ying exchanged a look. Both of them felt bitter in their hearts. Damn it! Zi Dongwang cursed and glared at Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. Let's go! Zi Dongwang left directly while Xanju and Universe God Lu Ying didn't stay either, but left immediately. Although the three of them had joined forces, they obviously couldn't do anything about the teaming up of Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. Hence, they could only leave. As the three of them walked away, the shocking battle that had involved 5 universe gods in the top 10 on Universe God ranking list finally ended. Jian Wushuang, are you okay? Duan Lingfeng kept his saber and appeared before Jian Wushuang. I'm okay. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and said, Duan Lingfeng, congratulations. You defeated Zi Dongwang. From the looks of it, on the latest Universe God ranking list that Vientiane Tower just released, you could be in the second place. I merely have the upper hand by a slight bit. If I really want to defeat him, I'm still a bit short. Duan Lingfeng shook his head. He was really stronger than Zi Dongwang, but not by much. Regardless, thank you once again. I owe you one, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Chapter 1521, Satisfied. Chapter 1521, Satisfied. Indeed, if he hadn't come across Duan Lingfeng this time round, Jian Wushuang would be in big trouble. Perhaps he could think of a way to survive in the hands of Zi Dongwang, Xanju, and Universe God Lu Ying. However, he would definitely need to give up his white blaze fruits. Duan Lingfeng, you are completely uninterested in the white blaze fruit. Jian Wushuang looked at Duan Lingfeng. That's right. Duan Lingfeng nodded his head indifferently. If that's the case, I shall not give you white blaze fruits. I have armor here with me, and I obtained it from Universe God Xiong Fu previously. Please take it. Jian Wushuang took out some black armor. The black armor was a real God-level chaos unique treasure, and it was Universe God Xiong Fu's treasure to protect his body with. After seeing the black armor, Duan Lingfeng frowned. Jian Wushuang, you should know that I helped you not for the white blaze fruit and not for this armor. I know, Jian Wushuang laughed. However, I still need your help from here on. The stronger you are, the greater your help will be to me. This armor should be able to raise your fighting capabilities slightly. Jian Wushuang could tell long ago that the divine weapons and defensive armors that Duan Lingfeng used were first-rate universe, god-level chaos, unique treasures. In spite of that, he was still able to push back Zi Dongwang. If he had real god-level armor, his abilities would definitely rise considerably. You want me to team up with you? Duan Lingfeng looked over. That's right. Jian Wushuang did not hide the truth. I have 9 white blaze fruits with me now. Hence, I am definitely a popular target. Since so many universe gods in this cave want to kill me, and I'm alone, if I were to come across a situation like just now, I would be unable to deal with it. However, if I were to team up with you, it would be different. Duan Lingfeng had been ranked 3rd previously. After his match with Zi Dongwang, it proved that he had abilities to rank 2nd on the universe god ranking list. In the entire cave, probably only the god Destroying King was superior to him. Hence, if Jian Wushuang were to team up with him, he could move around the cave freely. In addition, during my match with Xanju and universe god Luing just now, I benefited considerably. Next, I have no plans to continue moving around to fight for the white blaze fruits. Instead, I want to find a place to train for a period of time. During the process of my training, I will naturally need an expert like you to protect me. Jian Wushuang emphasized the word expert intentionally. I see. Duan Lingfeng nodded his head and took the black armor immediately. I shall accept this armor. After seeing that, Jian Wushuang revealed a smile. On the 2nd level of the cave, one of the greatest commotions was when a total of 8 white blaze fruits appeared at the same time. This piece of news spread through the whole cave in a moment, just like a hurricane. Other pieces of news that were spread included the shocking match between the 5 experts, Jian Wushuang, the white-robed swordsman, Duan Lingfeng, Zi Dongwang, Xanju, and universe god Luing. These 5 experts were part of the top 10 of the universe god ranking list. In particular, Zi Dongwang and the white-robed swordsman were ranked 2nd and 3rd, respectively. However, the end result was... During the match between Zi Dongwang and the white-robed swordsman, Zi Dongwang was at a disadvantage. Xanju and universe god Luing had teamed up and they hoped to kill Jian Wushuang. However, both of them were unable to do anything to Jian Wushuang at all, even after demonstrating all of their tricks. As soon as the news got out, countless universe gods were astonished. In the vast hall outside the cave, many almighties, including the real gods from various forces, also got the news before long. After that, all of them gasped in admiration. This Jian Wushuang's luck is really good, since he was targeted by Zi Dongwang and Xanju at the same time. Even if he didn't die, he would have to give up quite a number of white blaze fruits. That was what I thought at first. However, who could expect him to come across the white-robed swordsman at that critical moment? Moreover, the white-robed swordsman is actually good friends with him? Although Jian Wushuang is a disciple of the lineage of Star, he is good friends with the white-robed swordsman. Could the white-robed swordsman be in the lineage of Star as well? No. The white-robed swordsman is definitely not in the lineage of Star. This point has already been confirmed. Perhaps the both of them got to know one another while they were traveling in the outside world. No matter what, Jian Wushuang has teamed up with the white-robed swordsman. Hence, it will be difficult to get the white blaze fruits from him again. Many experts who were present understood. One was ranked 5th in the universe god ranking list, while the other one was one of the top 3. Moreover, at that very moment, he had been acknowledged as the number 2. Since the 2 experts had teamed up, not many people in the cave would dare to provoke them. Lei Chao, seems like your lineage of Star is destined to benefit greatly. I agree, since Jian Wushuang and the white-robed swordsman has teamed up. Probably no one in the cave will lay their hands on his 9 white blaze fruits. The real gods were also chatting and laughing wantonly. My lineage of star does not wish to have great benefits. However, since luck is at the doorstep, we cannot reject it. Lei Chao laughed apathetically, and he felt more relaxed. After that, he messaged Jian Wushuang and questioned, Jian Wushuang, what is your status now? I'm all right. The clash with Xianzhu and Zi Dongwang did not result in any losses. Jian Wushuang replied immediately. How about your good friend, the white-robed swordsman? Lei Chao continued asking. He's with me, Jian Wushuang said. That's great, Lei Chao continued speaking. Jian Wushuang, listen up. Now, you have already obtained 9 white blaze fruits. To the lineage of star, this is already enough. Don't hope for too much. After all, you are now the target of everyone. Hence, for the time being, you don't need to travel around to fight other white blaze fruits. Please find a place and stay put until this fight comes to a complete end. Ideally, get your good friend to stay with you the whole way. If there is a need, give him a few white blaze fruits. Haha, Lord Lei Chao, don't worry. That good friend of mine has agreed to team up with me. Moreover, he is not the least bit interested in the white blaze fruit. Hence, I gave him the real god-level armor that I obtained from killing universe god Xiong Fu previously. Jian Wushuang giggled. That's for the best. Lei Chao nodded his head and terminated the transmission. On the second level of Wu Bei's cave, Jian Wushuang was sitting down with his legs crossed in the deepest part of a cave, which was situated halfway up a mountain, and was storing Lei Chao's transmission token slowly. Even without Lord Lei Chao saying so, I have no plans to participate in the upcoming fights for the white blaze fruits, Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently. Since the moment of the opening of the second level of the cave to the current point in time, 37 white blaze fruits had appeared. Hence, there were 13 fruits that had not appeared yet. Therefore, the fight was still ongoing. However, Jian Wushuang had no plans to participate. He had already obtained a total of 9 white blaze fruits and was satisfied with that. For the remaining time, he would allow the universe gods to continue fighting for the white blaze fruits. He himself had planned to stay in the mountain all along. As for Duan Lingfeng, he was inside a neighboring cave, refining the real god-level armor. Chapter 1522. Zi Dongwang, who was unwilling to accept defeat. Chapter 1522. Zi Dongwang, who was unwilling to accept defeat. On the second level of Wu Bei's cave, Zi Dongwang stood side by side with Xinzhu. As for universe god Luing, he wasn't in the same troop as Zi Dongwang and Xianzhu originally. Hence, after fighting a battle against Jian Wushuang, he left on his own. Zi Dongwang, did you know you would be defeated by the white-robed swordsman? Xianzhu asked with his eyebrows tightly knitted. He has the upper hand, just by a slight bit. To really defeat me, he doesn't have the ability. Zi Dongwang bellowed. Xianzhu raised his eyebrows but didn't comment further. However, he sneered in his head. Regardless of if Zi Dongwang was willing to admit it, he wasn't the white-robed swordman's match. That was a fact. If the new universe god ranking list were to be released, the white-robed swordman's ranking would definitely be before Zi Dongwang's. Humph, this won't end so easily, Zi Dongwang harumphed coldly. What are you planning to do? Xianzhu looked at him. Isn't the white-robed swordsman strong? I can do nothing about him, but someone else can. When I was fighting against him, I left a tracing mark on him. He can't escape so easily. There was a gleam of light in Zi Dongwang's eyes. The very next moment, he plunged towards the void on the other side. Although Xianzhu was confused, he followed anyway. The fight for the white blaze fruits continued. Occasionally, there'd be births of white blaze fruits. There were only 2 pieces to 3 pieces at one goal, not like the previous time when 8 white blaze fruits had come to the world at the same time. Even so, the massacre was still mad, and there were more deaths that followed. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. The 50 pieces of white blaze fruits on the second level of the save came to the world, and they had their respective owners too. Virum. In the void, real God Wu Bei's blurry image, which was formed by his consciousness, reappeared. The fight for white blaze fruits on the second level of the cave has already ended. I will give you another 1 month's time. A month later, the third level will be opened. On the third level, which is also the last level, there isn't any white blaze fruit, but there's a white blaze fruit tree. Then the blurry image that had been formed by real God Wu Bei's consciousness vanished into thin air again. In the lofty palace in the cave, there was a great commotion. As expected, there is really a third level. This madman, he saved the white blaze fruit tree for the last level. White blaze fruit tree, that is the most precious thing in the cave. Those white blaze fruits were just fruits that were grown on the white blaze fruit tree. Various experts, including Almighties, were all hot with excitement. White blaze fruit made various Almighties drool, but a white blaze fruit tree made all the Almighties go insane. Many years ago, many Almighties had gotten into a crazy fight and bloody massacre to get the saplings of the white blaze fruit tree. However, it fell into the hands of real God Wu Bei in the end. But it was a mature, white blaze fruit tree this time, and it was even more precious. 1 month. The universe gods in the cave started preparing themselves. The air was filled with the atmosphere of massacre. The chilliness in the void was bone-piercing. A scrawny, pale-looking young man who looked like a sickly person walked forward slowly. His appearance was extremely frail, but when he walked and passed by the countless universe gods, whoever saw him wanted to immediately run away without hesitation and shock. No one dared to be within 1,000-mile range of him, let alone block his way or challenge for a fight. Ever since the young man had come to Wu Bei's cave, he almost never took action, but he had got 3 white blaze fruits. Just then, the pale young man lifted his head. In the void before him, there were 2 figures charging towards him. Very soon, they stopped before him. The 2 figures that descended were Zi Dongwang and Xanju. However, Zi Dongwang, who normally assumed a haughty air, looked rather humble. The way he looked at the young man seemed to have a tinge of reverence, too. God-destroying king, long time no see, Zi Dongwang greeted. God-destroying king, Xanju greeted too. God-destroying king. The young man who looked pale and extremely frail was the one in the first place on Universe God ranking list. God-destroying king. He was the number 1 among universe gods, without a doubt, in eternal chaotic world. Zi Dongwang, Xanju, what's up? God-destroying king glanced at both of them. Something's up, Zi Dongwang replied. I know that you came to Wu Bei's cave because of the Almighty behind incited you to, and the Almighty promised you something too on the premise that you would get sufficient white blaze fruits. But you only have 3 white blaze fruits on hand. It should have yet to reach the criteria that the Almighty requested, right? True, God-destroying king nodded. However, as long as I can get the white blaze fruit tree on the 3rd level, it'll do. White blaze fruit tree. Zi Dongwang smiled faintly. There's only 1 white blaze fruit tree, but there are so many universe gods who want to fight for it. God-destroying king, although you are powerful and you are the number 1 among all universe gods, the other universe gods will not be passive. Most likely, the universe gods will join forces to force you out. Hence, the possibility of you getting the white blaze fruit tree, in the end, isn't high either. Don't beat around the bush. Get straight to the point. God-destroying king's gaze was cold. Let me be frank with you then. I'd like to invite you to join forces with the 2 of us to fight against Jian Wu Shuang and the white-robed swordsman. You only need to kill the white-robed swordsman. If you really can't kill him, just tie him down. As for Jian Wushuang, Xinju, and I will take care of him. Jian Wushuang has a total of 9 white blaze fruits to hand, Zidongwang said. You lost to the white-robed swordsman, and you want to get rid of him with my hands. God-destroying king glanced at Zidongwang. Zidongwang's gaze faltered, but he didn't deny it. He had the intention of killing Duan Lingfeng. He was arrogant and boastful. He had no choice before God-destroying king. He could only submit to him. But besides God-destroying king, he wasn't willing to accept that there was another universe god who was stronger than him. 9 white blaze fruits. I want 5 of them, God-destroying king said straightforwardly. 5 pieces. Zidongwang's facial expression changed, but he nodded anyway. Deal. Do you know Jian Wushuang and the white-robed swordsman's current location? God-destroying king asked. Of course I know. We can get there in 1 day with our traveling speed, Zidongwang replied. If so, let's depart, God-destroying king sounded cool. Very soon, the strongest formation, made up of God-destroying king, Zidongwang and Xinju, was charging in the direction where Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng were at. However, Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng had no idea about it. Duan Lingfeng knew that Zidongwang left a tracing mark on him, and he started to remove it, but he still needed more time. As for Jian Wushuang, he was at his most critical period. Chapter 1523, Real God Level. Chapter 1523, Real God Level. Halfway up a mountain, inside a provisional cave which had been opened up, Jian Wushuang was sitting down alone with his legs crossed. On the surface, he looked impervious to desires and passions. However, within the sea of consciousness, his soul fire was burning furiously. The soul and consciousness were different from a cultivator's realm. A cultivator could be in the realm of a universe god. However, his consciousness could have reached the level of a real god's. As for Jian Wushuang, just then, his force of soul was trying to break past the bottleneck to the real god's level. During his early days in the sky sword prison, his force of soul had reached the limit of a universe god's. After honing it for another 1,000 years, his soul had achieved the critical stage of making a breakthrough. However, he lacked an opportunity to make a breakthrough. However, a few days ago, during the match between Xinju and universe god Luing, the strongest attack, 9 weight destruction, that Xinju had used had given his soul an impact that he had never felt before. This impact had caused his soul fire to almost fall apart. However, it was such an instant of life and death that gave rise to an opportunity for him to make a breakthrough. After that fight subsided, he immediately started to meditate in seclusion in the provisional cave that had opened up. After a few days, he reached the critical moment. Whether I fail or succeed will depend on this moment. Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed with a brilliant light. The soul fire in his sea of consciousness was also burning furiously, and the soul power that had accumulated to the limit a long time ago started to try to go past its limit. Boom! With a fierce impact, the bottleneck was destroyed. With that, the soul fire in Jian Wushuang's sea of consciousness started to increase madly at once. I have made a breakthrough! Jian Wushuang was extremely delighted. The flowing soul power in his sea of consciousness also started to rise at an amazing speed. In no time, his transformation ended. Force of soul, real god level. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. It was not just the force of soul that had risen. It should be known that Jian Wushuang had always been proficient in soul attacks. When he had used his soul attacks, previously his consciousness had not achieved the level of a real god's. However, almost no one could block them. At that very moment, his force of soul had achieved the level of a real god's. If he were to unleash soul attacks again, let's try it. Jian Wushuang laughed nonchalantly, and his soul power surged at once. Roar! A furious roar that seemed to appear from an abysmal hell could be heard. a black and big demonic dragon, which released shocking murderous aura, appeared fiercely. This demonic dragon was very powerful. When its body flew past the void, it ripped open the void easily. This power, Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed brilliantly, haha. That Xianju can use his consciousness to create headless soldiers, which have the fighting capabilities of real gods. However, the power of the demonic dragon that I can create using my soul power now is also similar to that of a real god. As for the soul attacks, I have the 18 Azura Hell and secret skill of Tianyuan. In particular, if I use the secret skill of Tianyuan with my full power, the soul attack would definitely not be weaker than Xianju's 9-weight destruction. It might even be slightly stronger. Jian Wushuang was over the moon. Among the universe gods, Xianju was recognized by the eternal chaotic world as the universe god with the strongest consciousness attacks. However, at that very moment, Jian Wushuang believed that his own soul attacks were not weaker than Xianju's. In fact, they might even be stronger. Moreover, among his soul attacks, if he were to use the divine ape from the 5 beast soul manipulation knack, he could combine his soul power with his divine power beautifully. Real god-level soul power combined with his divine power. Jian Wushuang's abilities had definitely increased greatly compared to the past. If I were to fight against Xianju and universe god Lu Ying again, I would definitely not be in a difficult situation. Moreover, I might even be able to break both of them one by one. Jian Wushuang laughed apathetically. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng were sitting by a stone table and drinking wine. Duan Lingfeng, what is the power of this black armor? Jian Wushuang asked casually. Not bad. With this armor, my abilities have risen considerably compared to the past, especially in the aspect of my divine power, Duan Lingfeng said. The black armor that Duan Lingfeng had obtained was a real god-level chaos unique treasure, and it was similar to Jian Wushuang's blood feather reincarnation armor. It also contained a secret skill, which could allow one's divine power to rise. Previously, you were able to push back Zi Dongwang even without this piece of armor. But now, I am curious as to whether you have the right to compete with the God-destroying king, who is ranked first in the universe god ranking list, Jian Wushuang jeered. No idea. Duan Lingfeng shook his head. I have heard that there is a huge gap between the first and second of the universe god ranking list. However, I have never come across the God-destroying king. If I don't fight with him personally, I will be unable to judge. That's true. Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently, and he lifted his wine cup up. Oh. Jian Wushuang frowned abruptly. He had already sensed the 3 shadows which were within the range of his soul power. Duan Lingfeng, our old friend, is here. Jian Wushuang giggled. Old friend? Zi Dongwang? Duan Lingfeng shot a glance toward Jian Wushuang. He then had a dull expression. Duan Lingfeng could no longer feel interested in Zi Dongwang just then. It's him. However, he has brought us a big surprise this time round, Jian Wushuang chuckled. His soul power had already locked on to one person. That was a pale-looking young man who looked fragile. However, it was this young man that had given Jian Wushuang a great amount of pressure. Swoosh! Swoosh! Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng plunged out from the cave immediately. They then appeared in the void on the upper end. In front of them, 3 shadows descended. Among the 3 shadows, there was Zi Dongwang and Xianju, who Jian Wushuang was familiar with. There was also that fragile young man, God-destroying king. Both of us were still talking about the God-destroying king just now. However, who would expect him to appear in front of us straight away? Jian Wushuang had an indifferent expression, and he glanced at Duan Lingfeng. Looks like you have an opportunity to fight him. Yes. Duan Lingfeng nodded his head, and his eyes shone brilliantly like never before. He had come to Wu Bei's cave in order to fight against experts. At the beginning, he had defeated demon girl Ling Luo, who was ranked third in the universe God ranking list. Previously, he had also fought with Zi Dongwang and managed to push him back. At that very moment, he had obtained a real god-level chaos, unique treasure, and his abilities rose again. Hence, what he yearned for at the moment was to fight with the god-destroying king, the universe god who had been recognized as the #1 among universe gods. Duan Lingfeng was filled with fighting intention. Jian Wushuang was the same as well. My force of soul has just made a breakthrough, and my abilities have increased greatly. Thus, I am just about to find someone to test out my abilities. Just then, the three of you came. What a coincidence! Jian Wushuang stuck his tongue out and licked his lips. His eyes were also unusually cold. On the battlefield, swords were drawn, and the battle was about to begin. Chapter 1524, Duan Lingfeng All Out. Chapter 1524, Duan Lingfeng All Out. In the void, there was a purple-haired elderly casually traveling forward casually, and he happened to pass the nearby void where Jian Wushuang and the others were at. That's it. The purple-haired elderly noticed the 5 figures in the void and suddenly looked surprised. Zi Dongwang, Xian Zhu, white-robed swordsman, Jian Wushuang. The last one is its god-destroying king. My god! The purple-haired elderly was astonished at the sight. He could tell that the 5 people in the void before him were obviously in 2 teams. God-destroying king, Zi Dongwang, and Xian Zhu were in one. Jian Wushuang and white-robed swordsman were in another one. Breaking news! Breaking news! This is definitely the pinnacle of all the fights in Wu Bei's cave. The purple-haired elderly was excited, and he instantly spread the news. In an instant, the entirety of Wu Bei's cave was astonished. In the lofty palace in the outside world. I knew it. I knew Zi Dongwang would just give up easily. As expected, Zi Dongwang even invited God-destroying king. God-destroying king. He is widely recognized as the #1 universe god. He's supernatural. God-destroying king, Zi Dongwang, Xian Zhu teamed up. It is definitely the strongest team in Wu Bei's cave. White-robed swordsmen and Jian Wushuang are really in danger this time. The experts gasped with admiration, yet sighed emotionally. In the cave, countless universe gods received the news and were filled with all kinds of thoughts and emotions. Those who were near to the battlefield immediately rushed over at their fastest speeds. A team made of God-destroying king, Zi Dongwang and Xian Zhu against Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. Both could be known as the strongest team in Wu Bei's cave. Naturally, everyone was dying to witness the clash of the 2 strongest teams with their own eyes. In the void, the air was still and frozen entirely. After God-destroying king, Zi Dongwang and Xin Zhu appeared, they didn't speak. However, Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng knew their purpose of their visit. Duan Lingfeng, as you are looking forward to fight against God-destroying king, I shall leave the chance to you. Jian Wushuang looked at Duan Lingfeng. Are you confident? No, but I can give it a try. Duan Lingfeng looked cold as he withdrew the saber from the scabbard behind his back. A terrifying sword and tension spread instantly, and it was growing more and more intense. Duan Lingfeng locked his gaze onto God, destroying king. You want to challenge me? Come on, let's do it. God-destroying king looked cold too. As he spoke, he took a huge stride forward, and his aura instantly soared to the peak. Just like a primeval beast, he pounded Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. This aura is pretty impressive. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. As the aura burst out, a golden long spear appeared in God-destroying king's hands. The golden long spear was covered in unique golden dragon print. As he wielded it, there was a faint roar of the dragon that reverberated. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be under his feet. The golden long spear was called Bellicose Spear. God-destroying king had an overbearing manner. Fight! Duan Lingfeng's eyes were glistening with sharpness. He roared and took a sudden step. The void under his foot instantly cracked. The 13th. Duan Lingfeng gripped the saber in his hands tightly. Under the flow of divine power, vroom, one towering, crimson shadow appeared in the void. A total of 13 crimson blade shadows appeared, and every one of them was ferocious. They were strong enough to strike fear into the experts in the top 30 on Universe God ranking list. But at that very moment, after the 13 crimson blade shadows appeared, they suddenly condensed and blended together. They formed a bright, glaring crimson moon. The crimson moon suddenly swung out in silence. Instantly, it spurred the entire heaven and earth to pressure God, Destroying King. God, Destroying King saw the scene, but his gaze was still as cold as before. Just as the crimson moon was slashing down against his body, the golden bellicose spear in his hands suddenly stabbed. It was a casual stab, but it was earth-shattering. Bellicose spear contained an extermination aura. Even Jian Wushuang, Zidongwang, and Xan Zhu, who were standing far away, were palpitating. This is God, Destroying King. Any casual move or technique brings about boundless extermination intention. His level of comprehension of extermination doctrine is too high. Zidongwang and Xan Zhu saw the scene and gasped in admiration, especially Zidongwang. He was arrogant and boastful, and he was never willing to admit defeat. However, before God, Destroying King, he had no courage to compete at all. It wasn't because he didn't want to challenge God, Destroying King, but because their difference was just too vast. Bang! A loud thud. The void where the vigorous battle was happening instantly shattered and formed a scary void storm. In the void storm, Duan Lingfeng shook his body, and at that moment, it was as though he became 3 people, and the 3 Duan Lingfengs were wielding his saber all at the same time. God, Destroying King, was still standing there coldly, but he gripped, and the bellicose spear instantly turned into a cyclone and flew out like lightning. Dang! 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 Duan Lingfeng moved backwards, but the power in his blade light also made God, Destroying King, take a step back. You can make me move backwards? With that alone, you are much stronger than Zidongwang, God, Destroying King said coldly. Duan Lingfeng didn't talk nonsense, but looked at God, Destroying King solemnly. Suddenly, vroom, a boundless divine power evolved and suddenly exploded from Duan Lingfeng's body. His body increased in size twofold. He was 3 meters tall, and there were faint black ripples spreading from him. The entire universe was engulfed in darkness. The originally ferocious aura in Duan Lingfeng went more intense by a notch at that very moment. Zidongwang was shocked by the sight. Bastard. When he was fighting with me previously, he never performed these techniques. Zidongwang's face was distorted in anger. When Duan Lingfeng was fighting against him, he suppressed him with only swordsmanship and his comprehension towards doctrines. He never performed the secret skills that he was seeing then. It was obvious that Duan Lingfeng held back some power when he fought with him. Swoosh! Duan Lingfeng launched another attack. The 14th. Virum. In the void covered in darkness, there was a total of 14 crimson blade shadows that appeared from nowhere. The 14 crimson blade shadows suddenly overlapped one another and straightaway slashed. With the flawless combination of massacre doctrine and darkness doctrine among the 9 heaven god doctrines, Duan Lingfeng already burst out his strongest fighting power. Duan Lingfeng, he is really powerful. Jian Wushuang looked at Duan Lingfeng, who was going all out, and gasped with admiration. Then he immediately glanced at Zidongwang and Xan Zhu before him. Duan Lingfeng and God Destroying King are fighting so ferociously. I can't be so relaxed. Jian Wushuang slightly lifted the corners of his lips. Blood Mountain's sword had already appeared in his hands. Chapter 1525. Jian Wushuang's Battle. Chapter 1525. Jian Wushuang's battle. Shall we begin? At that moment, Zidongwang and Exanju looked toward Jian Wushuang. Let's not waste time and kill him now, Exanju spoke coldly. Of course, Zidongwang laughed ruthlessly. He then released thick purple light from the purple gloves that he wore. Let's fight, Jian Wushuang giggled and changed his body. Swoosh! 18 shadows appeared at the same time. Kill! Zidongwang's eyes glowed with murderous aura and his body moved instantly. As for Exanju, although he was standing in his original position, he was releasing his power of consciousness. In no time, 3 big headless soldiers formed in front of him. Swish, swish, swish. As the shadows glowed continuously, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of Zidongwang. Ninth Heaven Stroke. A great amount of sword essence materialized and a nemesis sword descended abruptly. As for Zidongwang, with a wave of his big hand, purple light burst forth, and before it collided with the nemesis sword, he clenched his right fist fiercely. Break! An unreasonable amount of power was released, and the nemesis sword, which carried an enormous amount of sword essence, was dissipated at that moment. The absurd power also forced Jian Wushuang to retreat by a few steps. When Jian Wushuang's body had just regained its posture, rustle, rustle, rustle. 3 ear-piercing sounds could be heard, and 3 dim lights appeared in Jian Wushuang's line of sight. The 3 dim lights were the long spears thrown by the 3 headless soldiers. The speed of the 3 headless soldiers was not fast. However, the speed of the spears that they tossed with their full power was shocking. Humph! Jian Wushuang gave a cold shout, and with a strange change of his body, the 3 spears passed his body. However, they did not touch any part of him. After that, Jian Wushuang's body turned back to normal in its original position. Jian Wushuang! A loud cry could be heard. Afterward, black mist filled the sky and headed toward Jian Wushuang like the ferocious mouth of a beast. The black mist also contained many consciousness attacks like big millstones with the intention of crushing Jian Wushuang completely. This move again. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned serious. However, he stood still in his position and allowed the 9 consciousnesses to attack him. After the 9 consciousnesses struck Jian Wushuang, he gave a groan, and the black mist which filled the sky dissipated soon after. What? Exanju was shocked. Previously, when he had teamed up with universe god Lu Ying to fight Jian Wushuang, he also used the strongest move of his. In the end, Jian Wushuang was affected greatly and almost killed. However, when he used it again at that moment, Jian Wushuang had actually managed to block it so easily. Do you think that I will suffer under the same move twice? Jian Wushuang laughed coldly. This move of Exanju was indeed fearsome. Previously, Jian Wushuang's force of soul was only at the peak of a universe god. Hence, it would be very difficult for him to block such an attack. However, at that moment, Jian Wushuang's force of soul had already achieved the level of a real god's. If he were to come across the same attack, he could block it easily. So what if you blocked it? You still need to die. Exanju was filled with murderous intent. The 3 giant headless soldiers then stepped into the void and headed straight for Jian Wushuang. I am not interested in you. After shooting a glance at Exanju, Jian Wushuang's soul power surged. Roar! 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 3 furious roars which shook the heavens could be heard. 3 black demonic dragons, shrouded in murderous aura, then appeared fiercely. The power of the 3 demonic dragons were astonishing. In an instant, they clashed with the 3 headless soldiers. I shall let them have fun with you. Jian Wushuang chuckled, and his eyes locked onto Zidongwang, who was in front of him. Zidongwang, I heard that you are proficient in close combat fights. Today, let me have a showdown with you. As soon as the words left his mouth, a giant golden divine ape appeared from Jian Wushuang's body. At the same time, a tremendous amount of flames was released, forming a crimson sea of fire, and Jian Wushuang was the emperor of the crimson sea of fire. 5 beast soul manipulation knacks, strongest divine ape, and the Scarlet Kingdom were used at the same time. What was different from before was that Jian Wushuang's force of soul had achieved the real god level. Hence, when he unleashed the divine ape move, its power was a lot greater than before. At that moment, Jian Wushuang's divine power and soul power combined beautifully. Hence, his fighting capabilities were a lot greater compared to when he had fought Universe God Luing and Xanju. Kill! Jian Wushuang's body moved like lightning. As Zidongwang was clad in armor, his body became slightly bigger and his aura was raised to its peak as well. At that moment, the two of them did not hold back. Both of them had unleashed their full power. In no time, both of them clashed head-on. Boom! It was another direct clash. However, Zidongwang did not gain the upper hand this time around. His power has risen. Just now he was inferior to me, and I annihilated his sword principles with one palm. However, now his power is actually equal to mine. Zidongwang's expression turned grave. However, his face was glowing with madness. Jian Wushuang, didn't you want to compete with me in a close combat fight? Today, I shall grant you your wish. Zidongwang bellowed. Haha, bring it on. Jian Wushuang's eyes were burning with excitement. In no time, both of them fought again. However, this time around it was a close combat fight. Bump, 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 bump. Shocking sounds of collision echoed across the universe. Jian Wushuang's sword principles, Zidongwang's palm skills and fist skills, as well as both of their close combat abilities, were completely unleashed. As for their speeds, they were so fast that no one could keep their eyes on their figures. Boom! A lofty mountain at the side was split open. What followed that was a void that was collapsing 1,000 miles away. Next, many giant sword marks, which covered hundreds of miles, appeared on the ground. Intense, exciting, earth-shaking. Their intense fight had reached the climax. Such a crazy clash continued for 10 breaths' time. With the sound of an explosion, the two shadows separated again. Both of them then stood in their respective positions with thousands of miles in between them. As for both of them at that very moment, Jian Wushuang's hair was slightly messy, and there were 2 clear palm prints on his blood feather reincarnation armor, which were left behind by Zidongwang. Zidongwang was no better off. The armor on his body had 2 sword marks. Moreover, there was a bit of blood at the corners of his mouth. Haha, Zidongwang, is your close combat ability only like this? Jian Wushuang's hearty laughter could be heard. Humph, you left 2 sword marks on my body, and I have also left 2 palm prints on your body. Hence, we are the same. What is it that you are proud of? Zidongwang bellowed coldly. Indeed. However, my body defense is stronger than yours. Even though I have taken the full force of your 2 palms, my injuries are not obvious. But what about you? Jian Wushuang sneered. Chapter 1526, Terrifying Consciousness Attack. Chapter 1526, Terrifying Consciousness Attack. Zidongwang's face changed. The intense battle between him and Jian Wushuang earlier was actually too close to call. However, due to the difference in their defensive powers, he was injured, but Jian Wushuang was totally fine. It was something he couldn't accept. Previously, the white-robed swordsman. Now Jian Wushuang? No. There's already God destroying King above me. I definitely can't stand a second person above me, let alone a third. Jian Wushuang, you have to die. There was an unprecedented insanity twinkling in Zidongwang's eyes. The moment he roared, a boundless purple divine light flowed out, from Zi Dongwang. He clasped his hands together, and fathomless divine power flowed into his palms. A terrifying power slowly condensed in his hands. Want to go all out now. Jian Wushuang concentrated. He could tell that the next move that Zi Dongwang was going to take wouldn't be insignificant. If not mistaken, it should be Zi Dongwang's staunchest unique skill. Unique skill. Jian Wushuang shook his head in silence. He knew that Zi Dongwang was going to perform his strongest unique skill, but Jian Wushuang couldn't give play to a matching sword principle to fight evenly. In terms of unique skill, he was really at an absolute disadvantage. No choice. He was only a universe god in the second heaven after all. Even if he were to have the ability to create a unique skill of a higher level, he still couldn't create one. He couldn't match evenly with his sword principle, but Jian Wushuang had another technique. Rumble. There was boundless divine power flowing in Jian Wushuang's body along with the ancient god power that he possessed. At that very moment, they were all flowing into his right index finger intensely. His index finger gave out an intense golden light, and a bolt of earth-shattering power continued to accumulate. After a good while, Jian Wushuang and Zi Dongwang were done preparing to launch their moves. Jian Wushuang! Zi Dongwang let out a roar, and his voice soared to the ninth heaven. Come on! Jian Wushuang let out a chilly glare. The next moment, both of them launched attacks at one another at the same time. A towering hand that was formed by purple divine power appeared in the universe. The huge purple hand almost formed a substantiated purple crystal and covered the vast void. It slowly patted, and the space it passed constantly made explosive sounds. In the end, it shattered like a pane of glass. Before the huge purple hand, there was an ancient hand that extended. The ancient hand was dark gold, and an enormous amount of divine power concentrated in one huge finger in the end. The finger in dark gold poked through the void. Zi Dongwang's strongest unique skill. Jian Wushuang also went all out to perform his strongest attack technique, ancient god fourth finger. The power of both techniques shook heaven and earth. Suddenly they collided head-on. At the beginning, there wasn't any vigorous noise, only two bolts of boundless divine power constantly compressing and clashing, as though there were two worlds constantly melting. But the melting only lasted for a short while. Virum, a shapeless shockwave, suddenly soared up from the middle where the two bolts of power collided. Then it swept out with no mercy. Within the 100-mile range, Xanju was still standing there as he manipulated the three headless warriors to fight against the three demonic dragons. However, even with him manipulating the three headless warriors personally, they were only evenly matched with the three demonic dragons. Then, the shockwave swept out and glided against the three headless warriors and three demonic dragons like breaking deadwood. In silence, the three headless warriors and the three demonic dragons dispersed straight away. One should know that the three headless warriors and three demonic dragons possessed the fighting powers of an ordinary real god. They were merely hit by the shockwave caused by the collision of the two bolts of power, and they disappeared. It is that strong. Xanju, who was swept by the shockwave, was then gawking with his eyes wide open. In the divine power storm that was formed by the two bolts of power. Wow! A sharp sword light forcefully tore all the obstacles before him. Jian Wushuang's figure directly pierced the divine power storm and appeared before Zi Dongwang. Zi Dongwang, take this! There was a chilly gleam in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and there was suddenly a black long spear that gave out unique aura in his hands. As his soul power flowed and covered the black long spear, it instantly turned into a bunch of black lights and suddenly shot out. The long spear didn't look very powerful, but in actual fact, the long spear contained the strongest soul attack that Jian Wushuang had performed with his all. The second stage of the secret skill of Tianyuan, inextinguishable light. The inextinguishable light, with the support of divine spear, was a divine power that was terrifying. Suddenly, the bunch of black light came before Zedongwang. Humph! Zedongwang harumphed coldly and slapped. The black long spear was immediately slapped away. However, the soul attack contained in the black long spear wasn't hindered, but immersed itself into Zedongwang's body like lightning. A terrifying soul power suddenly descended. It's a consciousness attack. Zedongwang instantly alerted and immediately started a consciousness defense. However, the consciousness attack was like a sharp blade and forcefully tore his consciousness defense apart. In the end, it hit his consciousness without scruples. Ah! A shrill roar was heard from Zedongwang. Zedongwang couldn't stand the sharp pain in his consciousness, and he immediately knelt down. His face was flushed red and distorted in agony. The moment where Zedongwang drowned in acute pain, Jian Wushuang appeared before him, and his blood mountain sword showed no mercy, but turned into a crimson streak of lightning and slammed down at Zedongwang's head. The acute pain in Zedongwang's consciousness had yet to subside, and he couldn't withstand the stroke, but the armor on his body covered his entire body. Clang! Blood mountain sword slashed at Zedongwang's head, and a fierce divine power exploded. Even though Zedongwang's head didn't break apart because of the protection of his armor, the fierce power spread into Zedongwang's body through the armor. Then it hit the internal organs of his body insanely. Poof! Zedongwang spat a mouthful of fresh blood, and his face instantly grew pale. He was dispirited by half, and his body started falling down after the hit. However, Zedongwang's body had yet to fall on the ground, but it suddenly stopped. His bloodshot eyes stared at Jian Wushuang, and there was fear in his eyes. So scary. Such a terrifying consciousness attack. Compared to Xianju's 9-weight destruction, it was much stronger. A consciousness attack like this, I can't block it. I definitely can't block it. Run. Chapter 1527, God-Destroying King. Chapter 1527, God-Destroying King. Zedongwang escaped straight away. Although he was seriously injured, he still had the strength to escape. In an instant, he had completely disappeared from Jian Wushuang's line of vision. When Xianju witnessed such a scene, he was completely stunned at his position. How is this possible? Xianju's eyes was filled with dullness. The proud and ambitious Zedongwang has actually run away. He found it unbelievable. However, at that moment, Jian Wushuang looked at him. Xianju felt fearful. Since Zedongwang had escaped, what was going to happen to him? Run. Xianju did not hesitate, and he chose to escape at once. Humph! You have brought me inconvenience twice, and yet you wish to leave without paying the price for it. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. Although he was quite a distance away, he still used the same move. With the aid of the God-Destroying Lance, a light beam was shot, and it entered Xianju from the back of his body. When Zedongwang had been struck by this soul attack previously, he had ended up in a very tragic state, and Jian Wushuang had taken advantage of the opportunity to wound him fatally. However, as Xianju was proficient in soul attacks to begin with, his consciousness defense was stronger than Zedongwang. After taking Jian Wushuang's soul attack, Xianju's body paused, and his expression turned pale. However, he managed to withstand the attack, and he disappeared from in front of Jian Wushuang quickly. Jian Wushuang had a cold expression. Even though he looked on as Zedongwang and Xianju left one after the other, he did not give chase. Instead, he looked toward a distant battlefield. On that battlefield, Duan Lingfeng was still fighting the God-Destroying King. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang's body moved, and he appeared on the battlefield in a split second. When he arrived at the battlefield for real, he could not help but gasp in surprise as he looked at the battlefield. The big battlefield covered tens of thousands of miles. However, the ground below the battlefield had completely disappeared. What was left behind was a bottomless pit with a large circumference, as well as giant, boundless saber markings. Even the void was utterly dilapidated by the two frightening divine powers, and looked as if it were the end of the world. Bam! A violent sound of collision could be heard from a part of the battlefield. Strong wind was also created from the power generated from the clash between the both of them, and it swept past the area. Jian Wushuang was hit by the strong wind, and this caused his hair and robe to be blown up. "This is really intense." Jian Wushuang stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. His eyes were glowing brilliantly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two shadows finally separated from one another again, and the battlefield regained its peace for once. Jian Wushuang then looked toward the both of them, starting with Duan Lingfeng. The Duan Lingfeng of the very moment did not have his unyielding attitude, and he even looked a bit miserable. In addition, the corners of his mouth and his body had a few bloodstains. Even if this were the case, Duan Lingfeng's fighting spirit did not become any weaker. As for the God-destroying king, he remained powerful and unrivaled. Seems like Duan Lingfeng is the one in a slightly disadvantageous position. The first of the universe god ranking list really lives up to his reputation. Jian Wushuang gasped in admiration. In the void, the god-destroying king wore a nonchalant smile, and the intimidating golden long spear in his hands pointed toward Duan Lingfeng. "To be able to force me to this stage, you are indeed strong. However, if you wish to fight for my position, you are still not good enough." Duan Lingfeng's expression turned grave. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang appeared beside Duan Lingfeng. "Duan Lingfeng, this is the first time I have seen you in such a miserable state." Jian Wushuang chuckled. Duan Lingfeng glanced at Jian Wushuang and nodded his head. "Can't help it. This god-destroying king is really powerful. He is more powerful than any of the universe gods that I have met, as well as a few of the real gods. I have already done my best. However, I was still pushed back by him easily." "Pushed back easily?" Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted. The word easy could mean that the god-destroying king had not shown his true power yet. The god-destroying king, who was in a distant void, also noticed Jian Wushuang's arrival. "Jian Wushuang, what about Zi Dongwang and Xian Zhu?" the god-destroying king questioned with a deep voice. He had been fighting with Duan Lingfeng all the way, and he could not pay attention to the other battlefield. "The both of them ran away a long time ago," Jian Wushuang giggled. "Ran away." God-destroying king's expression changed slightly. Zidongwang is known as the second of the universe god ranking list. Even with Xian Zhu, they're still unable to do anything to you. To make matters worse, they even had to escape from you? What trash! Since the both of them have escaped, why aren't you leaving as well? Could it be that you want the both of us to send you off personally? Jian Wushuang stared at the god-destroying king. "I, the god-destroying king, can come and go any time I want. Since when is it up to other people to decide for me?" The god-destroying king bellowed coldly. "Seems like we really will have to send you off." Jian Wushuang chuckled and looked toward Duan Lingfeng, who was beside him. "Let's team up and fight the god-destroying king. Deal? 2 against 1. After muttering to himself for some time, Duan Lingfeng nodded his head. "No problem." Duan Lingfeng was also certain that it would be very difficult for him to fight against the god-destroying king alone. Hence, it would be impossible to force the god-destroying king to leave. Therefore, both of them had no choice but to team up. Comparing attack power, I am inferior to you. However, your martial art motion and speed are inferior to mine. Hence, I will fight with him in close combat, and you will take advantage of any openings to put pressure on him. With the both of us teaming up, we can teach this god-destroying king a lesson." Jian Wushuang laughed. "All right." Duan Lingfeng nodded his head earnestly. Immediately, whoosh! Jian Wushuang unleashed his martial art motion, and 18 shadows swept past the area. In no time, they appeared beside the god-destroying king and did not give him any time to use his sword principles. Buzz! An icy cold golden light appeared abruptly. It was a golden long spear. The golden long spear was like a golden giant dragon, and it materialized in the void that Jian Wushuang's body had appeared from with lightning speed. A frightening destructive aura was also released at the same time. At that moment, Jian Wushuang only felt that he, as well as the void that he came out of, were about to be completely annihilated. What fast reactions! Jian Wushuang was surprised. With a change of his body again, he bypassed the intimidating golden long spear. After that, his body changed into a sharp sword, and the golden divine ape which shrouded his body also held the long sword in its hand tightly. Sword light then whistled. 10,000 shadows. Rustle. A great amount of sword light burst forth abruptly. However, the god-destroying king's eyes were filled with a layer of coldness. The golden long spear in his hands swept across the area in an intimidating manner which could destroy the world. The numerous sword principles that Jian Wushuang attacked with were all dissipated without exception, and even he himself was forced to retreat. The 15th. In the void, 15 crimson saber shadows appeared abruptly. They were superimposed onto one another and released. Humph! The god-destroying king bellowed coldly, and he simply extended his terrifying golden long spear forward. Boom! All of a sudden, the thousands of miles of void in front of him exploded and collapsed. As for the giant crimson saber light that was within the void, it dissipated instantly. Oh. Chapter 1528. The Strongest Team. Battle of the Pinnacle. Chapter 1528. The Strongest Team. Battle of the Pinnacle. Roar! The dispelled divine power filled the sky. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng's figures retreated from the hit. Jian Wushuang, don't act recklessly. God-destroying king's reflexes are very shocking. Although your martial art motion is creepy, it'd be too forceful to create an opportunity relying only on your martial art motion. Plus, he is highly skilled in using his spear. He's fast and accurate, and he was unbelievably strong. If one were to be careless and got shot, he might lose his life instantly, Duan Lingfeng said solemnly. I can tell. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. With only an instant of exchange, Jian Wushuang already knew why God-destroying king would be looked up to by countless universe gods. His strength wasn't merely on his absolute power of extermination. It also included his skill in using a spear and his terrifying insight and reflexes. God-destroying king's insight enabled him to lock Jian Wushuang's principal self among the 18 shadows in an instant, and his immediate reflexes allowed him to take action before Jian Wushuang. In other words, his martial art motion against God-destroying king was totally useless. The two of you, come on and bring it up! God-destroying king's face was cold as he held the sword with one hand and looked at Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng arrogantly. He had an overbearing manner. This is crazy. Jian Wushuang's face was cold. I'd like to see if you really have no weakness. Virum. There was a crimson light that suddenly burst out of Jian Wushuang's eyes like a crimson sun. 18 Azura hell descended. Dreamland. God-destroying king's eyes contracted and his body shivered as he roared. Break! 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 He uttered the word thrice. God-destroying king had already shaken off the phantasmagoria. But Jian Wushuang revealed a smile at the sight. God-destroying king's consciousness strength is quite shocking. At least he is much stronger than Zidongwang, but he is at most about Xian Zhou's standards. If I were to perform the secret skill of Tian Yuan with my all, I could definitely affect him. Jian Wushuang quickly made up his mind. Let me try. Jian Wushuang's figure moves, and boundless divine power suddenly flowed towards his right index finger. Ancient God, fourth finger. God's test. Jian Wushuang performed his strongest move again. When he performed the same move earlier to fight against Zi Dongwang's strongest unique skill, it was evenly matched. Rumble. The dark gold hand appeared again. A dark gold finger that looked like it had extended from ancient times was pointing towards God Destroying King. The power was earth-shattering. Humph! How can the light of a spark compete with the sun and the moon? God Destroying King looked at him in disdain. Then, the long spear in his hand suddenly let out a dragon roar. He waved, and a total of 9 golden dragon that contained extermination auras plunged out. The 9 golden dragon almost instantly shattered the gold finger. However, right at the moment when the gold finger collapsed completely, a ray of light burst out through the void. The light was transformed from the God-killing spear. In God-killing spear, it contained the secret of Tianyuan which Jian Wushuang performed with his all. Dang! God-destroying king waved God-killing spear casually and it flew aside. However, the soul attack hidden in the God-killing spear heavily hit his consciousness. God-destroying king's facial expression suddenly changed. As expected, Jian Wushuang's eyes were twinkling with joy. He could clearly feel that God-destroying king's aura had diminished sharply at that moment. Darkness region. Boundless darkness suddenly enveloped him, while Duan Lingfeng was the king of the darkness. His eyes had a chilly gleam. As his figure turned illusionary, he pierced through the void and appeared next to God-destroying king. On the crimson saber in his hand, there was a flow of crimson light. Massacre shadow. Wow. The sword light glistened. It was different from any other techniques that Duan Lingfeng had performed. Not only was that stroke fast, but most importantly, the sharpness contained in the stroke as though it could cut through the entire heaven and earth. There was a layer of crimson shadow in the void that was cut open. God-destroying king's eyes contracted. A terrifying aura condensed, and he wanted to wield his spear. Another dark light hit again, and the soul attack within the dark light hit God-destroying king's consciousness. It caused a pause in God-destroying king's action, and he couldn't wield his spear in time. He could barely hold his spear before his body. Dang! The crimson shadow descended, and a fierce power spread. God-destroying king's body slouched and fell lower by a dozen zhang. However, before he steadied himself, there were 2 figures that appeared on each of his sides. Crimson Knight Arc Light. Duan Lingfeng was like a statue of crimson rock. He wielded the saber in his hands and swung. 10,000 shadows. Jian Wushuang gave full play to his sword principle. Among this sword principle, it contained a strong soul attack. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, charged towards God-destroying king who was still falling. They continued to press him. The golden bellicose spear in God-destroying king's hand was moving crazily. It swept, it stabbed, it slashed, and ferocious power swept across and fought against Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng vigorously. Dang! 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 Metal clashing sounds were heard continuously as the universe roared. In the insane massacre, the 3 of their powers exploded almost perfectly. Although God-destroying king was powerful, he seemed to be at a disadvantage as he endured the attack from both of them simultaneously at such a close distance. In a few breaths, he was hit multiple times by both Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng's remaining sword light. God-destroying king's gaze was cold, but there was anger raging in his heart. Go away! A terrifying extermination aura erupted, just like a war beast that could ruin heaven and earth. The power struck fear in both Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. They had no choice, and they could only retreat. But as they retreated, go! Jian Wushuang controlled his willpower and shot out God-killing spear at lightning speed again. God-destroying king blocked the attack of the divine spear easily, but he couldn't do anything about the soul attack contained in God-killing spear. Since the beginning of the fight, it was the fourth time he had been hit by Jian Wushuang's secret skill of Tianyuan. Even though his consciousness was extremely strong, he couldn't stand it but let out a groan. His face grew pale and his aura grew spiritless. "Humph, I thought you'll be able to endure it forever." Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold, but he scoffed. God-destroying king is ridiculously strong. Regardless of attack, defense, speed, as well as his skill of using a spear, his insight, and reflexes, they could be described as terrifying. However, in terms of consciousness, although his consciousness is extremely strong, even if Xanju were to give his all, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, my consciousness attack is much stronger than Xanju's. Using his consciousness as a breaching point, we can fight against him with the two of us joining forces. Duan Lingfeng, let's go. Chapter 1529. Defeat the God-destroying king. Chapter 1529. Defeat the God-destroying king. Boom! Boom! Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng attacked again. Two experts, standing at the top of countless universe gods, had teamed up to fight the God-destroying king. Duan Lingfeng had already displayed his comprehension of the massacre doctrine and darkness doctrine completely. His comprehension of the massacre doctrine and darkness doctrine already had the ability to clear the first level of the doctrine palace. The saber skills that he had created were so powerful that it was absurd. Combined with many secret skills, his fighting capabilities at that very moment were enough to make a normal, real god despair. As for Jian Wushuang, his attack power, defense, and speed were at the top of the universe god ranking list. Moreover, his martial art motion was extremely strange. The most important thing was his soul attacks. His soul attacks were a great threat to the god-destroying king. After all, it was impossible to avoid soul attacks, and one could only defend or block with all their might. The soul attacks that were unleashed time after time had caused the god-destroying king to be under even more pressure. Take the secret skill of Tianyuan that Jian Wushuang used with his full power as an example. With every attack, the god-destroying king's consciousness would be wounded. After taking the attack 4 times, his consciousness was already seriously injured. From then on, the 5th attack, the 6th attack, it was only when the god-destroying king took the 7th attack of the secret skill of Tianyuan that his expression turned ghastly pale. Haha, he won't last for much longer. Duan Lingfeng, let's put in a bit more effort. Today, the both of us shall defeat the god-destroying king. Jian Wushuang laughed loudly. No problem. Duan Lingfeng was filled with murderous intent. However, at that moment, the god-destroying king's body changed, and he retreated to a distant void. As he stood at the void, the god-destroying king stared at Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng with an ashen expression. Jian Wushuang, white-robed swordsman, today I admit that I have lost. The days are still long. If there is another opportunity after today, I will fight the two of you again. With a roar, the god-destroying king turned his body and left immediately. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng stood beside one another, and they looked on as the figure of the god-destroying king flew further away. Finally, the god-destroying king disappeared from their field of vision completely. At that moment, both Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng heaved a sigh of relief. The god-destroying king has finally left. As Jian Wushuang spoke, his whole body almost collapsed. He was scared off by you. Duan Lingfeng glanced at Jian Wushuang. Ha! Jian Wushuang could not help but laugh, and he said, if I didn't scare him, he might push on and continue fighting with us. At that time, both of us would be the ones escaping tragically. Jian Wushuang was very certain that in the match moments ago his cooperation with Duan Lingfeng had indeed managed to push back the god-destroying king. However, they did not overpower him easily. After all, the secret skill of Tianyuan was a secret skill of the soul attacks. Hence, it would deplete a huge amount of soul power. Although Jian Wushuang's force of soul had risen greatly, he had used up quite a bit of his soul power during his match with Zi Dongwang and Xanju. After that, he had continued fighting against the god, destroying king, and he unleashed the secret skill of Tianyuan 7 times consecutively. As a result, his soul power had been completely exhausted. He had absolutely no way of using the secret skill of Tianyuan an 8th time. Without the secret skill of Tianyuan, they would be unable to push back the god-destroying king. Moreover, not only were Jian Wushuang's soul power depleted, even Duan Lingfeng's divine power would be completely used up as well. In other words, both of them were unable to continue the fight. As such, Jian Wushuang intentionally said that he would work together with Duan Lingfeng to destroy the god-destroying king at that moment. He was merely putting up a strong front to scare the god-destroying king. The god-destroying king must have depleted a huge amount of energy as well. Moreover, his consciousness should be on the edge of falling apart. Hence, he has no choice. Even if you didn't scare him, he would probably not want to continue fighting against us, Duan Lingfeng said. Perhaps so, Jian Wushuang said. No matter what, the god-destroying king is really frightening. Indeed, Duan Lingfeng also nodded his head seriously. Although he had teamed up with Jian Wushuang, they were only barely able to push back the god-destroying king. Moreover, if the god-destroying king had decided to push on and continue fighting against them, would the end result still be the same? What kind of power was that? As expected of the strongest expert recognized by the universe god ranking list, even the proud and ambitious Zi Dongwang could not be compared to any super monsters that were proficient in mental strength. But the abilities of the god-destroying king, as Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, he had a thought in his mind. Perhaps after I clear the inverse cultivation test for the 3rd heaven and become a universe god of the 3rd heaven for real, I'll be able to defeat him. At the moment where Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng were gasping in surprise with regards to the god-destroying king's shocking fighting capabilities, at a void far away from the battlefield, numerous universe gods had gathered. Many of them had arrived a long time ago to witness the astonishing battle from afar. When the pinnacle match concluded for real, everyone was stunned. The team consisting of the god-destroying king, Zi Dongwang, Xanju actually lost. Even though Zi Dongwang and Xanju teamed up, they were still defeated by Jian Wushuang alone, and Zi Dongwang was seriously injured. Jian Wushuang and the white-robed swordsman teamed up and managed to push back the god-destroying king. The invincible god-destroying king actually lost. Gosh! Inside the vast hall outside the cave, many almighties as well as the real gods of many big powerhouses had gathered. In the middle of the big hall, there was a giant video screen. The video was recorded meticulously by someone who had seen the pinnacle match. It was then sent over after the match had concluded. What appeared in the video first was the scene where Jian Wushuang was fighting Zi Dongwang and Xanju. Gosh, Jian Wushuang actually dared to have a close combat fight with Zi Dongwang? Moreover, both of them are actually evenly matched. His close combat abilities are actually not weaker than Zi Dongwang's. In the video, after Jian Wushuang and Zi Dongwang clashed with their strongest move, Jian Wushuang used his soul attacks at once. This caused Zi Dongwang to give shrill roars. After that, Jian Wushuang wounded Zi Dongwang with a stroke and caused him to escape madly. This is a consciousness attack. Even Zi Dongwang was unable to block Jian Wushuang's consciousness attack? Doesn't that mean that his consciousness attacks are stronger than Xanju's? His consciousness attacks are stronger than Xanju's. His martial art motion is more frightening than universe god Liu Ying's, and his close combat abilities are not weaker than Zi Dongwang's. In addition, there are also his defensive abilities. I also feel that he is not inferior to the Ice Feather Demon King, who is ranked 8th in the universe God ranking list. As such, he can be said to have no weak points at all. The only thing that he is lacking in is probably his unique skills. How strange! Even though Jian Wushuang is so powerful, why are his unique skills so weak? In actual fact, it was already very impressive for a universe god like Jian Wushuang to create so many real god unique skills. However, compared to the experts in the top 10 of the universe god ranking list who stood at the peak of the pyramid in the eternal chaotic world, it was indeed very inferior. The intense fight in the video continued. After Zi Dongwang and Xanju escaped from Jian Wushuang, it proceeded to show Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng teaming up to fight against the god-destroying king. Chapter 1530, the second and the third. Chapter 1530, the second and the third. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng teamed up and fought against god-destroying king. Even the top experts in the hall were holding their breath as they watched the battle, as they were afraid that they might miss a detail. After the battle had ended, everyone in the hall gasped in surprise. God-destroying king lost. Haha, Jian Wushuang and the white-robed swordsman are very impressive. We made a mistake previously. We thought the white-robed swordsman's darkness doctrine had reached the standard to pass the first level of Doctrine Palace. But in actual fact, both his darkness doctrine and massacre doctrine could pass the first level of Doctrine Palace. The flawless combination of both isn't any weaker than God-destroying king in terms of comprehension towards Heaven Way. If it wasn't because God-destroying king was that person's disciple and acquired skills from the tutelage from him, he might not be the white-robed swordsman's match. That Jian Wushuang, his consciousness attack and martial art motion, is number 1 among all universe gods, while his defense power and close combat ability could be in the top 3 among all universe gods. With this combination, the threat against God-destroying king is even greater. The two of them teamed up. God-destroying king lost miserably. The Almighties discussed among themselves. As for the real gods from various forces, they looked at Lei Chao enviously. Lei Chao, the little guy from Lineage of Star, is very impressive. Zi Dongwang and Xanju lost to him even though they teamed up. He even fought against and could be considered to have defeated God-destroying king with the white-robed swordsman. Such capability. TSK. From the looks of it, Lineage of Star is going to give birth to another great expert again. Over the years, he might even stand a chance to step foot in the ranks of Almighty. He has great potential. Hearing the surrounding comments, even Lei Chao, who was of a cold disposition, revealed a smile. He replied to the surrounding real gods as he immediately sent the latest news to Hall Master Yuan and the higher-ups in Lineage of Star. In Wu Bei's cave, where God-destroying king had fought earlier, Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng sat down to recover. They knew that there were countless universe gods looking at them, but they couldn't be bothered, nor did they mind. Even the formation of God-destroying king, Zi Dongwang and Xanju, couldn't do anything to defeat them. There was definitely no one else in Wu Bei's cave that could pose a threat against both of them. Just then, a scrawny man plunged into the void from afar and came before Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. Vientiane Tower, black shirt, greets both of you. The scrawny man was very polite. He bowed at Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng from 100 miles distance. People from Vientiane Tower? How can I help you? Jian Wushuang lifted his head and glanced at the scrawny man. I came here on the command of the higher-ups of Vientiane Tower. We'd like to inquire this Mister's real name. The scrawny man stole a glance at Duan Lingfeng carefully. Oh! Jian Wushuang was surprised to ask for his name. Is it for Universe God ranking list? Yes, the scrawny man smiled. Mister should know that Universe God ranking list is announced after Vientiane Tower concluded. Previously, Mr. White-Robed Swordsman defeated Demon Girl Ling Luo, Vientiane Tower naturally listed him in the third place on Universe God ranking list. However, Vientiane Tower never knew his real name. Hence, we could only replace it with White Robe Swordsman. But we can't just keep it that way. So they sent me to inquire. I understand. Jian Wushuang understood. He looked at Duan Lingfeng, and he saw that Duan Lingfeng remained aloof. He immediately smiled and replied, "Return and inform the higher-ups in Vientiane Tower that he is called Duan Lingfeng." The scrawny man beamed with joy. "Thank you." Then the scrawny sent a message to the higher-ups in Vientiane Tower. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Outside the cave in the lofty hall, everyone, Master, Tower Chi Fu on the higher place in the hall. The entire hall immediately went quiet. Vientiane Tower sorted out the latest Universe God ranking list. Everyone take a look first. Tower Master Chi Fu waved, and the brand new Universe God ranking list suddenly appeared before everyone again. Actually, Vientiane Tower sorted and released a Universe God ranking list every once in a while. However, the fight in Wu Bei's cave and the massacre was too insane, which led to huge changes in the ranking on Universe God ranking list. Hence, whenever there was time, Vientiane Tower would tidy up the ranking list again and release it. On the huge floating ranking list in the hall, the ranking appeared before the experts. In the first place on Universe God ranking list was still God Destroying King. There was no doubt. After all, Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng had teamed up and suppressed God Destroying King. When fighting 1-to-1, neither one of them could be God Destroying King's match. The second place on Universe God ranking list, Duan Lingfeng. The third place on Universe God ranking list, Jian Wushuang. The fourth place on Universe God ranking list, Zi Dongwang. The fifth place on Universe God ranking list, Demon Girl Ling Luo. The sixth place on Universe God ranking list, Xian Zhu. The seventh place on Universe God ranking list, Tian Tian. The eighth place on Universe God ranking list, Universe God Luing. The ninth place on Universe God ranking list, 7 Universe King. The 10th place on Universe God ranking list, Demon King Ice Feather. The 11th place on Universe God ranking list, Universe God Mo Shou. Compared to before, the brand new Universe God ranking list had drastic changes again, especially in the top 10 on Universe God ranking list. Zi Dongwang, who was originally in the second place, fell to the fourth directly, while Duan Lingfeng and Jian Wushuang took over the second and the third place. As for Tian Tian, he was an expert who had suddenly risen during the days when the second level of cave opened. He had fought with Universe God Luing once and had the upper hand. He naturally was listed before Universe God Luing. Demon King Ice Feather and 7 Universe King had fought head-on once. In the end, 7 Universe King had had the upper hand by a slight bit, hence the exchange of their rankings. Besides that, there wasn't much difference. The experts in the hall generally agreed with the brand new Universe God ranking list. If there were to be any discussion, it was about Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng's ranking. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng's power should be about the same. If we have to differentiate their strengths, I feel that Jian Wushuang is slightly stronger. After all, even God Destroying King can't endure his soul attack. Duan Lingfeng might not be able to endure it either. On top of that, his martial art motion is so creepy. He has almost no weakness. If he were to fight a life and death battle against Duan Lingfeng, he would definitely be the one to have the last laugh. I think so too, but it's hard to say. If they were to not really have a fight, it'd be difficult to differentiate their power. They are best friends, and they don't worry much about Universe God ranking list. Do you think you'll be able to call for a match? There were almighties and real gods sparring casually. However, the argument went nowhere. In the end, the brand new universe God ranking list released. Chapter 1531, The Third Level of the Cave. Chapter 1531, The Third Level of the Cave. Atop an isolated mountain in Wu Bei's cave, the God-destroying king, a fragile-looking young man, was sitting down with his legs crossed. With a few days' time, his divine power had more or less recovered. However, the damage that his consciousness had sustained would still require a period of time to recover. At the very moment, he was staring at the new universe God ranking list. Duan Lingfeng is second and Jian Wushuang is third. These two brats. The God-destroying king's eyes were glowing with a fierce, terrifying light. Ever since he was first in the universe God ranking list, no universe gods had made him so miserable before. Not long ago, Zidongwang had also teamed up with 3 other universe gods who were in the top 20 of the universe God ranking list to fight him. However, he had killed the 3 universe gods in that match, and only Zidongwang managed to get away luckily. From that moment on, Zidongwang had stopped thinking of challenging him. However, at that very moment, Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng's appearance had caused him to feel pressured. I hope that I can still meet the both of you on the third level of cave. The God-destroying king smiled. After that, he closed his eyes. Within a thick forest, Zidongwang was hiding. He had no choice. Since he was proud and ambitious, he had offended quite a number of people. For example, close to half of the top 20 in the universe God ranking list could not stand him. Previously, he was at his peak and he was not frightened at all. However, after fighting with and being seriously injured by Jian Wushuang, his power declined drastically and it still had not recovered completely. As such, he had to be careful. Zidongwang had also obtained the newest universe God ranking list. Duan Lingfeng is second and Jian Wushuang is third. I am actually fourth now. Damn it! Zidongwang bellowed. Even though he had already guessed that this would happen after his match with Jian Wushuang, he still could not help but be furious, and he even harbored hatred. He resented Duan Lingfeng. However, he resented Jian Wushuang even more. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng, both of you had better be prepared. Zidongwang, will definitely not accept a position behind the both of you. There would definitely come a day where I seize my position on the universe God ranking list back. Zidongwang clenched both his fists, and in no time, he continued to recuperate from his injuries. Back then, when Zidongwang and Jian Wushuang had clashed and he was defeated by Jian Wushuang, he was the first to escape. Later on, Xi and Zhu had also escaped. However, the both of them separated from one another. At that very moment, Xi and Zhu was also in a certain place in Wu Bei's cave, and he was looking at the newest universe God ranking list. With regard to the newest universe God ranking list, Xi and Zhu could accept it. Previously, when the Vientiane Tower placed Jian Wushuang 5th in the universe God ranking list, I was a bit dissatisfied. However, looks like I was just being arrogant. With his abilities, he has the right to take the 3rd position. As for the 5 people in front of me, they are indeed stronger than me. Xi and Zhu no longer had any dissatisfaction. He was different from Zidongwang. Zidongwang was totally dissatisfied being below others. However, Xi and Zhu did not have such thoughts. As long as the other party's abilities were sufficient, he would accept them. Previously, he had questioned Jian Wushuang's abilities. Hence, he attacked Jian Wushuang. However, he no longer had thoughts of fighting against Jian Wushuang. It was clear that Jian Wushuang was not someone he could compete with. Although the newest universe God ranking list caused quite a bit of uproar when it was disseminated in Wu Bei's cave, many universe gods were able to accept the rankings on it, especially the 3 people who were the top 3, the God-destroying king, Duan Lingfeng and Jian Wushuang. The abilities of these 3 experts were proven with their own fighting capabilities, and there was no need to doubt them. However, Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng themselves did not care about the rankings at all. The both of them were the same. They were not concerned with their reputation. They were only concerned with possessing absolute abilities. Therefore, although the Almighty's many real gods as well as many universe gods were having a heated discussion as to who belonged in the second and third positions, they were too lazy to care about such a point. No matter who was second or third, they were not too concerned. Time passed slowly. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng had gradually recovered to their peak. Finally, 1 month's time was up. Buzz! Buzz! Space passages appeared in each and every corner of the second level of the cave. Those space passages led to the third level of Wu Bei's cave. Let's go. Let's go to the third level. The most valuable treasure in Wu Bei's cave, as well as opportunities, are in the third level. Let's hurry over quickly. Many universe gods who had completed their preparations a long time ago moved their bodies and headed into the space passage immediately. With that, they entered the space of the cave's third level. Naturally, Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng did not hesitate, and they entered the third level space too. The third level was a spacious open land. The open land was not very big, and it was hundreds of miles wide at best. However, rays of lights glowed, and a huge number of universe gods appeared in the open land at the same time. From the time Wu Bei's cave had opened to the present, more than 100,000 universe gods had entered Wu Bei's cave. Even though quite a number of universe gods had fallen after the crazy massacre on the first and second level, there were still a little more than 100,000 universe gods remaining. At that moment, the 100,000 universe gods had gathered on the open land at the same time. This is... What's going on? He actually gathered all of us here? How exactly do we compete for the white blaze fruit tree? Many universe gods revealed a puzzled expression. Within the crowd, there were naturally some people who were more conspicuous. For example, God-destroying King. He was standing in the center of the open land, quietly. At the start, there were a large number of universe god surrounding him. However, as soon as he made a move, all the universe gods surrounding him, including an expert in the universe god ranking list, were all frightened away. Moreover, there was Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng who stood together. It's Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. It's the both of them. Get away quickly, get away quickly. The universe gods around them also retreated to somewhere far away. Duan Lingfeng and I are not big demons who would start a massacre. Why are they so scared? After seeing what had happened, Jian Wushuang shook his head and laughed. They are not afraid. They are being respectful. The king of venomous worms' voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang understood. When he looked around, he also saw the god-destroying king who was a distance away, Zi Dongwang, Xanju, and many other similar people. All these experts who stood at the top of the universe god ranking list had experienced something similar, where no one stood beside them. That was the weak being respectful to the strong. At that moment, at the void at the highest point of the open land, there was buzzing, and the dim shadow appeared again. Ha! Little kids, welcome to the last level of my cave. This level is different from the previous 2 levels. There will not be any killings. No one is to fight in the third level. If not only will he not able to get the treasure at the end, he will also die, no matter who he is. Chapter 1532. 3 tests, 3 chances. Chapter 1532. 3 tests, 3 chances. Real God Wu Bei's voice reverberated in the third level in the cave, and the 100,000 universe gods in the open ground were shocked. Among them, some heaved a sigh of relief. These were those who had gotten white blaze fruits in the first and second level of the cave. Then, with all universe gods gathered together, they would be besieged by a large crowd of universe god if massacres were to be permitted. Luckily, massacres were prohibited in the third level. In the void, real God Wu Bei's voice continued. On the third level of the cave, there's no fights nor massacres, only 3 tests. The one with the most outstanding performance among the 3 tests would receive a chance, and the chance, naturally, means a white blaze fruit tree. The universe gods on the open ground were in tumult. Test. 3 tests. I wonder what the context of the test will be. As the universe gods were talking among themselves, universe god Lu Ying lowered his voice and asked, "Real God Wu Bei, do you mean the final chance will be decided according to our overall performance in the 3 tests?" No. Real God Wu Bei shook his head. You misunderstood me. I mean, there will be 3 tests, and the one who performs the best in every test will receive 1 chance. In other words, 3 tests and 3 chances. Naturally, there are 3 white blaze fruit trees. What? The universe gods on the open ground were stunned. 3 white blaze fruit trees. Jian Wushuang's eyes opened in surprise. In the lofty hall outside the cave. Impossible. Fake. Real God Wu Bei is lying. 3 white blaze fruit trees. Is he joking? The experts in the hall, including the 20 Almighties, stood up in surprise. 3 white blaze fruit trees. One must know, from the ancient times till then, there had only been 2 white blaze fruit trees in eternal chaotic world. The first tree was from the ancient times, which had been destroyed long ago. The second tree was the one that fell into real God Wu Bei's hands during the crazy fight. Back then, for the sapling of the white blaze fruit tree, many Almighties had participated in the fight. There were even Almighties that had died from the fight. But then real God Wu Bei said that he had 3 white blaze fruit trees. Hurry up, and ask if he really has 3 white blaze fruit trees. If yes, ask how he got the other 2 trees. The red-haired elderly immediately sent in a message. On the open ground of the 3rd level of the cave. Real God Wu Bei, you really have 3 white blaze fruit trees. Universe God Lu Ying asked suspiciously. Of course, otherwise. With only 1 white blaze fruit tree, how could I nurture so many white blaze fruits in such a short period of time? You must know that the total of white blaze fruits that appeared in the 1st and 2nd level of the cave was about 80 pieces. Real God Wu Bei smiled faintly. As for the other 2 white blaze fruit trees' origin, I can't explain much. I can only tell you that there was an expert that helped to cultivate it. An expert that helped to cultivate it? Everyone on the open ground gasped. In the lofty hall, back when real Wu Bei got the white blaze fruit tree, it was just a sapling, and it was not too long ago. During this time, even if the sapling grew mature, it would be impossible for 1 tree to have so many white blaze fruits. Hence, he must be telling the truth, the red-haired elderly said. It is believable. It seems that there was really an expert that had helped him to cultivate 2 white blaze fruit trees. Who could the expert be? Could it be one of the few? No way. Even though the few are powerful, they might not be capable of cultivating a new white blaze fruit tree. Regardless of who the expert was, there's a great chance laid before us. Previously, I thought there was only 1 white blaze fruit tree, and the possibility of us getting it was rather low. But now there's a total of 3 trees, and the possibility of us getting 1 is much greater. We shall see these guys' performance. Although the Almighties were thirsty for white blaze fruit trees, they could only place their hopes in the universe gods in the cave. They could only rely on the universe gods to fight for the white blaze fruit tree for them. In the cave, I know everything that happens in the cave will definitely be watched closely by many Almighties. If so, let me tell the Almighties the chance is laid before you. As for if you can get it or not, it depends if the guys that you sent in respectively are striving for it or not, real God Wu Bei said with a smile. All right, I've said what I have to. Then 3 tests. Let's begin with the first one straight away. As he spoke, Real God Wu Bei's blurry shadow waved his hand. Virum, a boundless power concentrated in the void above the open ground. Then there was a huge chess board that appeared. On the chessboard, there were only black chess pieces, but no white chess pieces. There was a total of 1,000 black chess pieces. Looking at the huge chessboard, the universe gods on the open ground were shocked. What is this? Chess. This test, would it be for us to play chess? No, it's not that simple. Every chess piece on the board gives me a very different feeling. It caused a great commotion at the open ground. Jian Wushuang, who was in the middle of the open ground, saw the huge chess set that had appeared in the void above, and he stared. This is the Scattered Stars game. Yes, it's the Scattered Stars game. Jian Wushuang's eyes shined. He was not unfamiliar with the Scattered Stars game. Back when he had first stepped foot in Eternal Chaotic World and wandered in Dayu World, the master of Dayu Palace, who was a universe god in the third heaven on the peak of Dayu World, had taken out the Scattered Stars game. However, the master of Dayu Palace only had the little Scattered Stars game, and there were only 100 chess pieces. Hence, there were only 100 moves. Even so, Jian Wushuang had received great benefits from resolving the little Scattered Stars game back then, especially regarding his understanding towards swordsmanship, which had advanced by leaps and bounds. Jian Wushuang had already found out from King of Venomous Worms that the Scattered Stars game was of an unusual origin. It was created by an almighty. Not only was there a little Scattered Stars game, but there was also a great Scattered Stars game. There were 10,000 chess pieces in a complete little Scattered Stars game, with a total of 10,000 moves. The huge chessboard that appeared in the void above the open ground wasn't a complete, great Scattered Stars game. After all, there were only 1,000 chess pieces. However, to many universe gods, the Scattered Stars game with 1,000 chess pieces were already unfathomable. The first test is to resolve the Scattered Stars game. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrunk. Chapter 1533. Scattered Stars game with 1,000 moves. Chapter 1533. Scattered Stars game with 1,000 moves. The dim shadow of real God Wu Bei stood high in the sky, and he was paying attention to the expressions of everyone. The first test is to solve this Scattered Stars game. The Scattered Stars game was created by an extremely old almighty. In the Eternal Chaotic World, it is extremely popular. Among all of you here, some of you must have either seen, heard of, or even tried to solve it before. The rules of this Scattered Stars game are simple. There are 1,000 black chess pieces on the chessboard, and this is equivalent to 1,000 moves. Every move is a test. I will give all of you 100 years' time. After 100 years, the person who is able to resolve the greatest number of moves will be able to obtain the white blaze fruit tree of this first test. After real God Wu Bei had finished his speech, a small chessboard appeared in front of the universe gods in the open land. Everyone had 1,000 black chess pieces. For every move that was solved by the universe god in front of the small chessboard, one black chess piece would disappear. Let's begin. Real God Wu Bei waved his hand and said. The universe gods on the open land sat down in front of their chessboards with their legs crossed. After that, they entered a state of comprehension. Duan Lingfeng, have you ever come across this Scattered Stars game? Jian Wushuang did not rush to solve the Scattered Stars game. Instead, he looked toward Duan Lingfeng, who was beside him. I have heard of it before. However, I have never come across it, Duan Lingfeng said. Since that's the case, I shall give you some tips. In order to solve the Scattered Stars game, we cannot do it quickly. We need to do it step by step and also entrench ourselves in every step, Jian Wushuang said. Since he had resolved the Scattered Stars game before, he had some experience and also knew of some tactics. Understood. Duan Lingfeng nodded his head. In no time, The both of them had sat down in front of their own chessboards and begun to solve the chess set. The Scattered Stars game, Jian Wushuang grinned, and his consciousness entered the first chess piece. Whoosh! The scenery changed, and Jian Wushuang appeared in a pale piece of land. The ground was filled with snow, and in the front portion of the land quietly stood a white-robed figure. When it saw Jian Wushuang appearing, it unsheathed its long sword, and an extremely sharp sword headed toward Jian Wushuang's throat. Jian Wushuang was already prepared. With a release of his sword light, the sharp sword was destroyed. In an instant, the first move was resolved. As expected, the first move is the same as the first move that I solved for the little Scattered Stars game back then. If I'm not wrong, the first 100 moves of this chess set should also be the same. Jian Wushuang giggled. Back then, at Day Universe, I had just cleared the inverse cultivation test and become a universe god of the first heaven. At that time, I managed to resolve all 100 moves of the Scattered Stars game. Now, I am a universe god of the second heaven, and my abilities are at the top among the universe gods. I wonder how many moves I can resolve in 100 years' time? Time to begin. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and started to solve the chess set with all his might. Since he had solved the first 100 moves of the chess set before, there was no need for him to waste any time. Thus, in no time, he began to solve the 101st move. For the 101st move, Jian Wushuang could solve it easily. Moreover, he was not anxious. He had to do it orderly and steadily so that he could accumulate the understanding of the sword principles continuously. In the vast hall outside the cave, it's the Scattered Stars game. The first test that real God Wu Bei prepared is actually to solve the Scattered Stars game. He wants to test out the comprehension level of those little kids. Many experts in the big hall were having a discussion with one another. The Scattered Stars game had always been a test of the level of comprehension. In the Scattered Stars game, one would be unable to sense the existence of any doctrines, be it doctrines that one had unlocked or the power of Heavenway that one had comprehended. None of them could be detected. Moreover, unique skills and secret skills could not be used. Hence, no matter how high one's unique skill level was, when solving the Scattered Stars game, he would not have the upper hand. If one wished to solve the Scattered Stars game, he could only rely on his own weapons and understanding. Take Jian Wushuang as an example. As he was proficient in sword principles, what would be directed at him would be his understanding of sword principles. Duan Lingfeng was proficient in saber principles. Hence, what would be directed at him would be his understanding of saber principles. For such an understanding, one would need to analyze and try to figure it out continuously while solving the moves. Naturally, the level of comprehension was the most important. The Scattered Stars game is extremely advanced. Under normal circumstances, a universe god of the third heaven solving 500 moves within 100 years' time could be considered a top genius. However, now, Wu Bei's cave has practically gathered all the top geniuses in the eternal chaotic world. As such, there should be quite a number of kids who can resolve 500 moves. With so many geniuses gathered together, resolving 500 moves alone might no longer be considered the top. Let's watch. There will definitely be someone among them who can solve 600 moves. A universe god solving 600 moves of the Scattered Stars game within 100 years' time. Only then is that considered impressive. However, we won't know how many such monsters there will be. Let's wait and see. Many experts in the big hall were waiting in anticipation. At that moment, over 100,000 universe gods in the open space of the third level of the cave were displaying their own abilities with all their might to solve the Scattered Stars game. The Scattered Stars game would get more difficult as more moves were solved with the most difficult moves at the end. As everyone present was at the peak of the universe god of the third heaven, the first 300 moves were easy to them. In just 10 days' time, Most of the 100,000 universe gods in the open space had solved over 300 moves. After 1 year, more than half of the 100,000 universe gods in the open had solved 400 moves. At the 400th move, the difficulty level increased greatly and everyone started to slow down. For example, Jian Wushuang, Duan Lingfeng, and Xen Zhu, and even the god-destroying king's solving speed was very slow. Under normal circumstances, they would require a few days to solve a move. Compared to them, among the universe gods, there was one person who was very dazzling. This person was Zi Dongwang. From the start, his solving speed was shocking. He had only taken 7 days to solve the first 300 moves. As for solving the 400th move, he only used half a year's time. It should be known that apart from him, the 7 Universe King, who was the second fastest to solve the 400th move, had used 8 months' time. As for other people, they used 9 or 10 months, or even a year. For example, it had taken Jian Wushuang a total of 1 year and 4 months' time. Now 10 years had passed. Zi Dongwang had already solved the 490th move, and he was not too far away from the doorstep of the 500th move. As for the 7 Universe King, who was the closest to him, he had only solved the 482nd move. Moreover, it was obvious that his speed had also decreased, and he was unable to compete with Zi Dongwang. As for the people behind the 7 Universe Kings, such as Jian Wushuang, Duan Lingfeng, the god-destroying king, and Ling Luo, they were fluctuating between the 430th and 440th move. Compared to Zi Dongwang, their speeds were obviously a lot slower. Chapter 1534. Zi Dongwang Who Prided Himself. Chapter 1534. Zi Dongwang Who Prided Himself. On the 3rd level of the cave, Zi Dongwang's speed of resolving the Scattered Stars game was extremely fast. The 500th move. There was a sharp light glistening in Zi Dongwang's eyes. On the chessboard before him, half of the 1,000 black chess pieces had disappeared. Then, Zi Dongwang glanced at everyone around him, especially those on Universe God ranking list. He realized that God-destroying king, who was on the first place on Universe God ranking list, was only resolving 450th move. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng were resolving the 441st move and the 447th move. The few others were roughly on similar moves. Haha, they have yet to even solve the 450th move. Too slow, too slow. God, destroying king, Duan Lingfeng and Jian Wushuang. Aren't the 3 of you at a higher ranking than I am? The 3 of you are just so. Faster and faster with every step. I already solved the 500th move. According to this speed, in the 100 time frame, I shall solve 600 moves or even 700 moves. These people will fall far behind me. The white blaze fruit tree for the first test is mine. No one can fight against me. Zi Dongwang was smug with success, and he felt every inch a hero. Very soon he continued to solve. He didn't know that in the crowd around him, some of the top geniuses behind him were looking at him in ridicule. In the lofty hall in the outside world, Zi Dongwang has already solved the 500th move. It has only been 12 years. He is really quite fast. Among the Almighties, the unicorn, red-haired, elderly sneered. The other Almighties around him were ridiculing Zi Dongwang too. This Zi Dongwang, I thought highly of him previously. Even though he lost to Duan Lingfeng and Jian Wushuang, he was still considered an impressive genius. But from what it seems now, he is just an idiot. He thought to solve the Scattered Stars game with only speed? A coldly elegant woman spoke. The coldly elegant woman was also an almighty. Humph, his speed is really fast, far beyond the others. However, he didn't accumulate any experience. This is just like a cultivator who took an elixir to forcefully increase his power and realm. Although the speed at the beginning is really fast, his potential was cut off entirely. I am certain that Zi Dongwang definitely can't solve the 550th level. Hearing the coldly elegant woman's remark, the Almighties exchanged a look and laughed. Obviously, they agreed with what the former had said. Actually, he can't be blamed. Zidongwang was a solo expert, after all. There wasn't any expert behind him to give him pointers, nor tell him about techniques to solve the scattered stars game. Naturally, he thought it was best to solve it quickly, the owner of Sky, Sword Mountain said with a smile. Humph! Among the top 10 geniuses on Universe God ranking list, Duan Lingfeng and 7 Universe King have no backer, and they are solo experts too. Why did they know to slowly solve it and accumulate experience, but Zidongwang didn't? It's because he was arrogant and got himself too many enemies. They knew that he took a wrong approach, but no one was willing to remind him. Plus, even if there was no one who reminded him, he should be able to tell easily. What about God-destroying King, Duan Lingfeng and Jian Wushuang, whose comprehension levels are not on the same level, if not better than his? Why would the resolving speed of the 3 of them be faster than him? Why didn't he think about it? Idiot. He's an idiot, the coldly elegant lady humphed. True. If Zidongwang were to be a kinder person and have made some good friends, the others would remind him that he was on a wrong path. Just like Duan Lingfeng. He didn't know anything about Scattered Stars game, but Jian Wushuang had reminded him right at the beginning to proceed steadily and not rush through it. In the end, Zidongwang's human relationship was too bad. Every genius at the scene was watching him like he was a joke, who was willing to remind him. They let him take the wrong route. Zidongwang thought highly of himself. He saw that Jian Wushuang and the rest fell far behind him, and he thought their comprehension level was not high as his. He was a total joke. In the cave, the universe gods were trying their best to solve the Scattered Stars game. Zidongwang's speed continued. In the blink of an eye, 30 years flew past. Phew! Zidongwang let out a breath of relief and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the chessboard before him that the 521 black chess pieces disappeared. The 521st move is so meticulous. It trapped me for 3 years, Zidongwang frowned. He who desired to lead by a wide margin was stuck at that one move for 3 years. It naturally led him to dissatisfaction. But then he glanced at his surroundings and wanted to see how the others were doing. Then his pupils shrunk at the sight. God-destroying King, Duan Lingfeng, Jian Wushuang, including Xen Zhu and the others. They have already solved the 500th move. God-destroying King and 7 Universe King solved the 511th move. They were merely 10 moves away from me. How did their speeds pick up so quickly, so suddenly? It seems that I have to speed up and quickly solve 600 moves to leave them far behind. Zidongwang felt a sudden pressure. He immediately started to solve the 522nd move. But he didn't know that it wasn't that Jian Wushuang, God-destroying King, or any one of them had become faster, but that he had become slower. On the 521st move, he was troubled for 3 years. But Jian Wushuang and the others. Until then, they have yet to reach any bottleneck. The time continued to fly past. After 50 years, Zidongwang remained at the 540th move, but God-destroying King and 7 Universe King caught up to him successively. They reached the 540th move. They caught up. No. How can I let you catch up with me? Solve, hurry up and solve. Zidongwang immediately panicked. But no matter how anxious he was, he couldn't solve the move. In a few months' time, God-destroying King and 7 Universe King solved the move and stepped foot on the 541st move. Zidongwang, who had been leading by wide margin previously, was finally overtaken. Not long after God-destroying King and 7 Universe King overtook him, Duan Lingfeng, Jian Wushuang, Xan Zhu, Universe God Luing, Demon King Icefeather, and all the other geniuses in the top 10 on Universe God ranking list also overtook him. Then, even those in the top 20 and the top 30 on Universe God ranking list were above him too. Zi Dongwang was dumbfounded by the situation. How could it turn out like this? Chapter 1535, The Winner. Chapter 1535, The Winner. In the blink of an eye, 80 years passed. Many universe gods were gathered in the open space, and the god-destroying king was sitting down with his legs crossed in the center of the crowd. On the chess set in front of him, the 600th black chess piece was dissipating slowly. The 600th move. As expected of the god-destroying king, out of so many universe gods, he is the first one to solve the 600th move. I am also an expert of the universe God ranking list. However, until now, I have only managed to solve the 521st move. The gap is really huge. Many universe gods at the open space were all gasping. Among the universe gods, many of them had lost their confidence and gave up on the test a long time ago. At that moment, they were not solving their chess sets. Instead, they were observing other people's performances. Of course, they were only observing and dared not disturb them. After all, real God Wu Bei had already said, in the third level of cave, if anyone dared to make a move or disturb other people during their test, they would be killed instantly. Inside the vast hall outside the cave, many experts were having a conversation. The god-destroying king has already solved the 600th move, and he is the first to do so. I wonder how many more people will be able to achieve this feat. There are still 20 years, so there should be a few more. The 500th move of the Scattered Stars game is a big threshold. Similarly, the 600th move is also a big threshold. The god-destroying king was the only person who had passed the 600th move so far. However, there were a few people following closely behind him. 7 months later, Duan Lingfeng caught up with the god-destroying king and resolved the 600th move as well. After that, another 3 years passed, and Jian Wushuang also achieved the same feat. The first test had gone on for 90 years, and there were only 10 years remaining in the time limit of 100 years. Out of the universe gods, there were 3 people who had resolved the greatest number of moves. The 3 people were the god-destroying king, Duan Lingfeng, and Jian Wushuang. All of them were currently on the 603rd move, and it seemed that all of them were stuck there. For the Scattered Stars game, the more moves that are resolved, the harder it gets. For a universe god to solve 500 moves within 100 years, he can already be considered a top genius. As for those who are able to solve 600 moves, they are definitely monster-level existences. Such monsters only come by once every million years. However, in this generation, 3 of them actually appeared at the same time. These 3 people are true geniuses. The first white blaze fruit tree will definitely fall into one of their hands. However, I wonder who that person will be. It should be the god-destroying king. He has the strongest abilities. Moreover, compared to Duan Lingfeng and Jian Wushuang, he was the first person to solve the 600th move. That might not be the case. No matter what, we will be able to see the outcome soon. If I'm not wrong, among the 3 of them, whoever solves the 603rd move first should be able to obtain the white blaze fruit tree. I agree. Many experts were having a conversation with one another. However, Jian Wushuang, who was in the center of the open space, opened his eyes, and on the chessboard in front of him, the 603rd black chess piece had already started to dissipate. It's Jian Wushuang. He has solved the 603rd move. It's actually him. Many almighties in the big hall revealed a surprised expression. Previously, they had thought that it was possible for either Jian Wushuang, the god-destroying king, or Duan Lingfeng to win. However, they felt that the god-destroying king had the highest probability, followed by Duan Lingfeng and finally Jian Wushuang. However, who could expect that Jian Wushuang, who they thought had the lowest probability, would actually solve the 603rd move faster than the god Destroying King and Duan Lingfeng? This little kid, if my guess is not wrong, he only started to use his strength after solving the 600th move. The red-haired old man with a horn on his forehead said in a low voice. That's highly possible. The owner of the Sky Sword Mountain also nodded his head, and his eyes glowed brilliantly, be it the god Destroying King or Duan Lingfeng. Both of them only started to use their strength at the 590th move, and they stopped advancing steadily. As such, Jian Wushuang was 3 years slower than them in solving the 600th move. However, Jian Wushuang's reserved strength is obviously greater. The outcome is decided. For the first test, the most outstanding person is Jian Wushuang. The first white blaze fruit tree is his. The other Almighties also nodded their heads. For the remaining 10 years, as per what the Almighties had said, Jian Wushuang had reserved a lot of strength. After taking the lead from the god Destroying King and Duan Lingfeng, he continued leading. When the god Destroying King and Duan Lingfeng had solved the 603rd move, he had solved the 604th move. While the god Destroying King and Duan Lingfeng were still at the 604th move, he had solved the 605th move. Finally, the time limit of 100 years was up. In the end, Jian Wushuang solved a total of 607 moves. As for the god Destroying King and Duan Lingfeng, both of them solved 604 moves. Jian Wushuang had actually taken 3 years, longer than the two of them, to solve the 600th move. However, the end result was Jian Wushuang leading the two of them by 3 moves. As such, it could be said that Jian Wushuang's level of comprehension was not really a lot higher than theirs. Instead, it could be said that his understanding of the Scattered Stars game was a lot greater than theirs. After all, he had analyzed with great concentration and solved the small Scattered Stars game before. As for the god Destroying King and Duan Lingfeng, it was the first time that both of them had come across the Scattered Stars game. Therefore, Jian Wushuang naturally had an advantage. If it were his first time coming across the Scattered Stars game, his performance would probably be about the same as the god Destroying King and Duan Lingfeng's. At best, it would only be slightly better. If he could solve another move, it would already be impressive. After all, the god Destroying King and Duan Lingfeng were the kind of super geniuses that appeared once every million years. Buzz! When the time limit was up, the giant chessboard that was floating in the void, as well as the chessboards in front of the universe gods, all started to dissipate. The universe gods were sitting, and the open space with their legs crossed stood up in succession. Their scorching hot eyes then looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, the first white blaze fruit tree is his. He actually managed to solve 607 steps of the Scattered Stars game within 100 years. That's really impressive. The universe gods were gasping in admiration. However, there was nothing that they could do. The test was a fair competition, and Jian Wushuang had used his own abilities to outperform everyone. Hence, the first white blaze fruit tree naturally belonged to him. I have already done my best. However, the number of moves that I solved is still less than him. The god Destroying King also glanced at Jian Wushuang, and he shook his head after that. At the open space apart from Jian Wushuang, there was one more person who attracted a lot of attention. This person was Zidongwang. However, Zidongwang was a complete joke in the eyes of many universe gods who were present at the open space. Chapter 1536, Strength-Oriented Explosion began. Chapter 1536, Strength-Oriented Explosion began. Zidongwang had led by a wide margin at the beginning, but later on, he had encountered hindrances, one after another. He would meet an obstacle in every move. When the 100 move time limit was up, Zidongwang had only solved 545 moves. Although the result was considered good amongst universe gods, It was not aligned with his ranking on Universe God ranking list. After all, among all Universe Gods, there were many who had solved more moves than he had, and there was a total of 57 of them. With such a result, Zedongwang was so embarrassed that he wished there was somewhere he could hide. In the lofty hall. Lei Chao, congratulations. There is really a great disciple in Lineage of Star. Not only did Lineage of Star receive 9 white blaze fruits, but you also receive a white blaze fruit tree too. Hee hee. All the benefits are taken by Lineage of Star. Real gods from each force and sect, including the Almighties, were looking at Lei Chao. The gazes were rather complicated. There was envy, jealousy, and even greed. Being watched by the burning gazes, even Lei Chao's facial expression grew strange. He didn't reply to the people before him, nor could he reply to them. He immediately sent an update to Hall Master Yuan. Yuan, hurry up and inform Palace Master. Request him to stop his cultivation and rush here. Lei Chao sounded in a hurry. You want Palace Master to stop his cultivation? Hall Master Yuan creased his eyebrows. Although Jian Wushuang got 9 white blaze fruit from Wu Bei's cave, the Almighties won't take action against him for the few pieces of white blaze fruit without concern for their reputations, right? If it were only a few pieces of white blaze fruits, there'd be no need for Palace Master to come on his own. But the thing is that Jian Wushuang got a white blaze fruit too. It's a white blaze fruit tree. Its value is equal to a few hundred white blaze fruits. Such a precious treasure. I don't think the Almighties can stand the temptation. If Palace Master were to not come personally, I reckon the Almighties will fight over it at the very moment Jian Wushuang exits the cave, Lei Chao said. White blaze fruit tree. Hall Master Yuan was shocked at first, then quickly grew excited. Jian Wushuang got a white blaze fruit tree. Yes, there's a total of 3 white blaze trees in Wu Bei's cave, and he got the first one, Lei Chao said. That's great. Let me inform the Palace Master now. Hall Master Yuan's voice was obviously delighted. Very soon, Hall Master Yuan came before the most mysterious cave dwelling in the boundless Milky Way. Palace Master! Hall Master Yuan stood outside the cave dwelling as he bowed politely. What's the matter? There was an ancient and deep voice from the cave dwelling. This is what happened, Hall Master Yuan immediately told the story. White blaze fruit tree. The little guy from Lineage of Star got it? A surprised voice traveled from the cave dwelling. In the next moment, the entrance of the cave dwelling was wide open. A white-haired ancient figure slowly walked out. I never knew that Lineage of Star had such a chance. The white-haired elderly muttered, A white blaze fruit tree is worth a trip. Just as he said that, the white-haired elderly moved and suddenly vanished from the universe. Hall Master Yuan was surprised at the sight. He immediately sent Lei Chao a message. Lei Chao, Palace Master, has already departed personally. However, even with Palace Master's power, he'll require a few days to get to Wu Bei's cave from Starland. Tell Jian Wushuang to not leave from Wu Bei's cave before Palace Master gets there personally. Lei Chao nodded heavily, and there was a great commotion in his heart, but he looked rather composed. As for the jealous, greedy gazes from the surroundings, he didn't worry. He knew for sure that as long as Palace Master came personally, no matter how greedy the people were, no one would dare to cross the line. In the cave, the first test has ended. The blurry image of real God Wu Bei overlooked the universe gods. In the end, his gaze fixed onto Jian Wushuang, a universe god who is able to solve 607 moves in 100 years' time. You are doing very well. You will definitely get one of the 3 chances in the end. Thank you. Jian Wushuang bowed slightly to real god Wu Bei. Then, let's begin the second test, real god Wu Bei said, and he waved. There were immediately a few space tunnels that appeared in the air in the void above the open ground. The second test is in the space tunnels. As for the context of the test, it is much easier than the first test. You'll see your opponent the moment you enter the space tunnel. What you need to do is to fight your opponent. The longer you last in the fight, the better. Actually, to be straightforward, the second test is to test your respective powers. Whoever is stronger will be able to get the second white blaze fruit. After hearing what real God Wu Bei said, the faces of the universe gods on the open ground grew strange. They couldn't help but look at one person. The person was God Destroying King. God Destroying King, who everyone was looking at, smiled too. Strength-oriented test. One should know that God Destroying King was widely recognized as the #1 universe god in eternal chaotic world. His strength was no doubt the strongest. The second test had yet to start, but everyone already knew the final result. We don't have to compete for this test. A test relying entirely on strength. Who is capable enough to win against God Destroying King? Even Duan Lingfeng and Jian Wushuang couldn't be compared favorably with God Destroying King. Many universe gods sighed with emotion. If Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng were to team up, they could really win against God Destroying King. However, one-on-one, they were definitely not God Destroying King's match. Both of them had a thorough knowledge of themselves. It seems that we don't stand a chance in the second test. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. We don't, but I'd really like to compete with you in this test. Duan Lingfeng looked at Jian Wushuang. Oh. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and immediately understood Duan Lingfeng's plan. If so, let's do it. Jian Wushuang laughed heartily. In the second test, he and Duan Lingfeng didn't stand a chance. No one could fight against God Destroying King. Not for the white blaze tree, but to compete with one another. They would try their best to get through the test. In the void, real God Wu Bei spoke. In order to save time, there's no need for everyone to join this test. In the eternal chaotic world, isn't there a universe God ranking list? Whoever is on universe God ranking list can try to challenge. The rest can skip this. Chapter 1537, Last Chance. Chapter 1537, Last Chance. As soon as real God Wu Bei finished his speech, he destroyed the hopes of more than 99% of the universe gods. After all, although there were more than 100,000 universe gods present, there were only 100 universe gods with the fighting capabilities to make it into the universe god ranking list. Of course, after knowing the content of the second test, those universe gods did not hold any more hope. Let's begin. Real God Wu Bei signaled the start of the test. Boom! Frightening, destructive aura burst forth abruptly. Under the observation of numerous eyes, the God-destroying king walked over slowly. It was obvious that he planned to be the first one to take the test. In no time, he entered one of the space passages. Everyone in the open space was also waiting silently. As for what the God-destroying king had come across in the space passage, only real God Wu Bei knew about it. After a long time, the God-destroying king finally emerged from the space passage. After that, the universe gods and the universe god ranking list entered the space passages in succession. Even though they knew that did not have much hope, they still did their best in the test. However, it was obvious that the time that they stayed in the space passage could hardly be compared to the God-destroying king. In less than 2 hours' time, most of the geniuses in the universe god ranking list had gone into the space passage. At that moment, Duan Lingfeng, it's our turn now. Jian Wushuang took a glance at Duan Lingfeng, who was beside him. Give it your all, Duan Lingfeng said indifferently. Definitely, Jian Wushuang grinned, and the both of them moved immediately. When the two of them appeared in front of 2 separate space passages, it caused everyone at the open space to be in uproar. It's Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. The two of them actually planned to go together. Could it be that they wished to use this test to have a showdown? That's highly possible. They are second and third on the universe God ranking list, respectively. However, there is still a debate going on regarding their abilities. Now, are they finally going to challenge one another? The universe gods present were all filled with excitement. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng did not disappoint those universe gods, and both of them entered their respective space passages. Swoosh! With a glowing light, Jian Wushuang appeared in a vast, dark void, and in front of him stood 10 ice figures. When they saw the Jian Wushuang appearing, the 10 ice figures opened their eyes instantly, with a flash of murderous intent, then headed toward Jian Wushuang at the same time. 10 of them. Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted slightly, and his soul power burst forth at once, forming a giant, golden divine ape. When Jian Wushuang activated his divine power, 18 shadows appeared at the same time. Swish, 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 swish. Jian Wushuang went all out and fought the 10 ice figures with lightning speed. As he fought, he realized that the abilities of the 10 figures were increasing continuously. The second test is quite similar to the lineage of Star's Supreme Tower. The only difference is that the Supreme Tower has some restrictions, and I am unable to display my full fighting capabilities. For this test, I can unleash my full abilities, Jian Wushuang giggled. By relying on his own martial art motion and sword principles, combined with his soul power, Jian Wushuang fought against the 10 ice figures. Time passed by. In the open space, numerous universe gods were waiting quietly. After some time, a shadow appeared from one of the space passages. It's Duan Lingfeng. Duan Lingfeng has come out, but Jian Wushuang is still inside the space passage? The universe gods present all started to have a puzzled expression. Duan Lingfeng also raised his eyebrows. However, in 2 breaths of time after Duan Lingfeng was sent out from the space passage, Jian Wushuang also left the space passage. Jian Wushuang, you have won. Duan Lingfeng looked at Jian Wushuang. I have only stayed inside for 2 breaths of time longer than you. Moreover, I am only able to stay inside slightly longer due to my martial art motion. In this test, my martial art motion has given me a lot of advantage while facing the 10 battle puppets, Jian Wushuang said. What he had said was true. In a battle surrounded by enemies, martial art motion was indeed the most important. Since he was the most proficient in martial art motion, he was able to last longer while besieged by the 10 battle puppets. However, when comparing abilities, Jian Wushuang didn't think that he was stronger than Duan Lingfeng. Perhaps so. Duan Lingfeng nodded his head indifferently and did not say much. In the blink of an eye, all the experts who were confident in their abilities had gone into the space passage to take the test. However, the result was obvious. The person who stayed in the space passage for the longest period of time for the second test was the god Destroying King. He had managed to stay a total of 8 breaths time longer than Jian Wushuang, who came in second for the test. Naturally, the god Destroying King obtained the White Blaze fruit tree for the second test. Next is the third test. Since this is the last test, this also means that there is only 1 White Blaze fruit tree remaining. Real God Wu Bei chuckled. After his speech, the universe gods present became anxious. The third test was their last chance. If they were to miss this final opportunity, their journey in Wu Bei's cave would come to an end. I must grasp this final opportunity. This is the final White Blaze tree remaining, and I must obtain it. A number of universe gods present because extremely fired up like never before. At the very moment, even the Almighties and real gods from various powerhouses who were in the big hall outside the cave became anxious. Among them, there were people who had obtained the White Blaze fruit before. As for the 3 White Blaze fruit trees, which were the most valuable treasures in Wu Bei's cave, they had never obtained one before. Universe gods, the third test is a bit special. Are all of you ready? Real God Wu Bei looked down at the universe gods below him with interest. Many universe gods in the open space clenched their fists tightly, and their eyes were glowing brilliantly. They had already finished their preparations for the third test. Since all of you are ready, let the third test begin. Real God Wu Bei laughed strangely. In the next moment, a thick white light appeared from the edge of the third level. The white light was extremely beautiful. It looked as if it possessed an infinite amount of magical power, and it covered the open space quickly. Naturally, the universe gods in the open space were also shrouded by the white light. What is this? Is this white light a spell? It's a spell. Furthermore, it's a very wonderful spell. Quite a number of universe gods were muttering to themselves. However, in a split second, many of them realized that the scenery around them had started to change. At the same time, their eyes seemed to have become tired, and they closed involuntarily as if they were about to sleep. However, their consciousness was still awake. Swoosh! The universe changed. When everyone opened their eyes again, they realized that they had appeared in an endless black corridor. Chapter 1538, Void Corridor. Chapter 1538, Void Corridor. This is... Jian Wushuang was in the dark corridor too. He was looking at his surroundings. Dreamland. Jian Wushuang's pupils contracted, and he could instantly tell that he should be in a phantasmagoria. However, even though he could tell that he was in a dreamland, he couldn't shake off the phantasmagoria forcefully. I can't forcefully shake it off then. I can only let the dreamland change freely. Jian Wushuang was certain about it. Just then, he suddenly saw the light at the end of the dark corridor, which was right in front of him. The light was very dim, but Jian Wushuang saw a string of hope. That's the exit. As long as I get there, I'll be able to exit this dreamland. Jian Wushuang had already decided. In the dreamland, Jian Wushuang would follow what his heart said without hesitation. Jian Wushuang immediately plunged directly towards the very end of the dark corridor. That very moment, not only him, but also more than 100,000 universe gods in the third level were facing the same scene as him. Everyone fell into the phantasmagoria of a dark corridor. At the same time, they also faintly saw the light at the end of their fields of vision. Just like Jian Wushuang, the universe gods immediately understood that the light was where the exit of the dreamland located. It was also the very end of the dark corridor. Hence, all the universe gods started plunging towards the end of the corridor. In the dark corridor, their speeds weren't restrained, and every one of them gave full rein to their power. However, even plunging forward with such speed, after 1 day, 10 days, 1 month, they could still barely see the light, let alone reach it. Although the universe gods were shocked, they followed their true will and continued to plunge forward. The dark corridor seemed to be never-ending. Although the universe gods continued to plunge forward, after 1 year, 2 years, and even 10 years, the light at the end of the tunnel still didn't grow any brighter. Very quickly, the universe gods had been traveling in the dark corridor for 150 years. In the dark corridor, a purple-haired bewitching maiden suddenly slowed to a stop. She looked at the light at the very end of the corridor, which was still very dim, and her eyebrows were tightly knitted. What's going on? I've been traveling forward for 150 years in this corridor, but I have yet to reach the end of it, and I have yet to leave this dreamland. Could it be that I made a wrong judgment? The light at the end of my sight isn't where the exit of the dreamland is? The purple-haired bewitching maiden thought, and she began to waver in her determination. However, just as she wavered from her action, on the open ground of the third level, the purple-haired bewitching maiden's eyes suddenly shot open. I resolved the dreamland. The purple-haired bewitching maiden muttered. Resolve the dreamland? Hee, you didn't break it, but you lost the right to continue the test. Real God Wu Bei's voice suddenly rang inside her ears. He spoke with pity. You only stayed in the dreamland for 150 years, and you're sent out. You are so fragile at heart. I lost. The purple-haired bewitching maiden looked at her, surrounding in surprise. She realized that everyone else was still keeping their eyes closed under the influence of the white light, besides herself. They were obviously still in the dreamland, but only she was awake. It turns out that I am the first to be eliminated. The purple-haired bewitching maiden couldn't do anything but smile bitterly. However, not long after she came back to reality, the universe gods around her woke up one after another. What happened? Did we walk out of the dark corridor? The universe gods were shocked, but they quickly understood that they had failed. In the lofty hall outside the cave where all the experts had gathered, they received the updates from the universe gods on the third level who failed. Under the influence of such a formation, they fell in the phantasmagoria of traveling in a dark corridor. They traveled forward by a few hundred years in the dreamland, but had yet to reach the end. However, the moment they were in doubt by a slight bit, they would be kicked out of the dreamland immediately. The Almighties exchanged a look, and they quickly had an answer. It's a void corridor. The third test is a void corridor that is aiming at one's mind. Humph! The first test was Scattered Stars game to test one's comprehension. The second test was a strength test. The third test is a mental test. This madman Wu Bei is trying to picking his own disciple? Many experts in the hall creased their eyebrows. They knew about the void corridor. It was designated to test one's mind. The void corridor was boundless and unfathomable. When one fell into the void corridor, the exit seemed to be within his sight. But in actual fact, it was unbelievably far away. Forget about traveling forward for a few hundred years. He might not be able to reach the end even after thousands or tens of thousands of years. The void corridor tested if one was firm in their belief. After everyone entered the void corridor, they were certain that the exit was at the end of the corridor. However, when the universe gods had traveled uneventfully over the years but couldn't reach the end, it was inevitable that they started to waver in their belief, but in doubt of their own judgment, they made a mistake. The moment they were in doubt and wavered, the test ended. The universe gods on the open ground, who had already woken up, traveled for a few hundred years in the void corridor. They were very determined at first. However, as time passed, they started to waver and then were eliminated. Those who were still in the dreamland naturally could stay firm in their belief. On the third level of Wu Bei's cave, as time flew past, there were more universe gods on the open ground who woke up. As everyone had fallen into the dreamland at the same time, the latest to wake up represented the longest time spent in the dreamland. In other words, he was stronger in his belief. Half a day later, phew! A white-bearded elderly let out a breath of relief and slowly opened his eyes. Universe God Changqing, you woke up too? A man in purple armor next to him looked up and asked. Yeah, I had no choice. It isn't easy to stay determined as one continuous plunge forwards in such a boring and uneventful manner. The white-haired elderly smiled helplessly. How long have you been traveling in the void corridor? The man in purple armor asked. I wrote down my travel time before I started moving forward. It should have been 1,980 years, the white-bearded elderly replied. Chapter 1539, 6 people. Chapter 1539, 6 people. 1,980 years. The purple-armored man was shocked, and he gasped in admiration. I only walked for less than 800 years on that void corridor before being sent out, as I could no longer take it. However, you actually walked for over 1,000 years more than me. This is really impressive. The time in a phantasmagoria, and in reality, was different. The purple-armored man had walked for close to 800 years on the void corridor. However, in reality, that was only over 2 hours' time. Before even achieving 2,000 years, I gave up. This is considered nothing. The people who are still in the phantasmagoria are the ones who are amazing, the white-bearded old man said. Indeed, the purple-armored man also nodded his head and he looked around the area. At the very moment, there was less than 1,000 people who were still in the void corridor and had yet to wake up. These people had probably been walking in the corridor for more than 1,000 years. For 2,000 years, they must continue to stay true to their own objectives and continue walking dutifully. However, this was something that even many real gods could not do. As for the universe gods who were still in the phantasmagoria, discounting their abilities, they were not weak mentally. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Originally, there were still over thousands of universe gods remaining on the void corridor. However, this number had been reduced to 40. At that moment, these 40 people had been walking for more than 5,000 years in the black corridor. In the open space, all the universe gods who had awakened were surrounding and observing the remaining 40 people. At that moment, among the 40 people, the eyelids of one of the figures moved and opened his eyes after that. Oh, it's Zidongwang. Haha, Zidongwang has woken up as well. Although he is the 4th in the universe god ranking list, his mind is not very strong, is it? A number of universe gods who had woken up a long time ago sneered secretly. After Zidongwang woke up and got to know the details of the situation, his expression became unusually ugly. Damn it. When solving the Scattered Stars game previously, forget the fact that I was behind over 60 people. However, for this third test, which is a test targeted at the mind, there are actually over 40 people who are above me? How can this be possible? This is impossible. Zidongwang was roaring madly inside his own mind, and he felt extremely dissatisfied. However, the top experts outside the cave were not surprised by Zidongwang's performance in the third test at all. Although Zidongwang's abilities are not too bad, his mind is actually not very strong. For him to stay 5,000 years in the void corridor, it is already considered decent. However, it is far from enough to tally with the fact that he is ranked 4th on the universe god ranking list. Ignore Zidongwang. I am really very curious about the remaining people. Let's see who will have the last laugh. The experts in the big hall were all waiting in anticipation. Time passed by gradually. Universe gods who could no longer take the dullness of walking for years woke up in succession. Another day passed. Out of the 100,000 universe gods who were at the 3rd level of the cave, there were only 6 people remaining in the void corridor. These 6 people were the God-destroying king, Duan Lingfeng, Jian Wushuang, Xianzhu, Tian Kan, and universe god Xiaohou. There was nothing that could be said about the God-destroying king. His abilities had been recognized as the best. Moreover, his abilities were cultivated from going through massacres for many years. Hence, he had experienced many hardships and killings. With that, he managed to develop an iron-like mind, and such a mind would naturally be in the top few among the universe gods. As for Duan Lingfeng, he was a person who was as cold as ice. Just like Jian Wushuang, he had grown up facing hardships such as countless killings and tragedies. Hence, his willpower was as sturdy as an ice mountain. As soon as he set his mind on something, it would be almost impossible to change it. As for Jian Wushuang, he was an inverse cultivator. Not only had he gone through numerous trainings, he had also experienced 2 inverse cultivation tests. The most noteworthy one was the reincarnation test, which caused his mind to achieve a fantastic level. Among the 3 levels of the mind, he belonged to the 1st level at the very moment. At the 1st level, he had managed to understand his own mind and nature clearly. With that, he could make decisions based on these understandings. Such a feat was considered being at the peak of the 1st level, and he was very close to the 2nd level. When he entered the void corridor, he made up his mind based on his own understandings. After determining that the light was the exit, he would continue walking there without hesitation as he trusted his own mind completely and persistently. As for Xianzhu, before Jian Wushuang rose up to his current position, he was recognized as number 1 in consciousness attacks out of the universe gods. Since consciousness was linked to the mind most of the time, he would usually train his mind at the same time as he trained his consciousness. Therefore, his mind was also very strong. As for Tian Ken, he was an expert who rose up quickly during the fight for the white blaze fruit at the second level of the cave. Since he got famous from killing people, he was most likely a cold-blooded person. As such, he had a strong mind and would not change his decision easily. These 5 people who were just mentioned above were top experts of the universe God ranking list. Moreover, they were within the top 10 of the universe God ranking list. However, out of the 5 of them, there was still one person remaining. Universe God Xia Ho. Universe God Xia Ho was an ugly-looking, middle-aged man. His abilities were normal, and he had only reached peak universe God of the 3rd heaven. Disregarding the comparison of him with the experts of the universe God ranking list, even a random top universe God of the 3rd heaven from the open space could push him back easily. He did not have any special abilities as well. Before this test, he was a nobody and had no reputation. Moreover, not a single person paid attention to him. However, at the moment in the 3rd test, universe God Xiaoho, who was an extremely ordinary person, had actually walked with the 5 great experts, namely the God-destroying king, Duan Lingfeng, Jian Wushuang, Xanju, and Tianju to the very end. At that moment, he actually stood side by side with the 5 great experts. This was something that had never crossed anyone's mind. Amidst the vast hall, at the very moment, many almighties and real gods from various big powerhouses had very puzzled expressions. Most of them had lost the right to fight for the white blaze fruit tree. After all, the universe gods under them had been disqualified from the 3rd test. However, the universe gods under some of them were still not disqualified yet. Haha, it's Xiaoho, it's universe god Xiaoho, whom my water moon pavilion hired. A small, short, black-haired old man laughed wantonly, and his laughter reverberated across the big hall. The almighties in the big hall could not help but look toward the black-haired old man. Hey, Hun, are you saying that universe God Xia Ho is under the water moon pavilion? How could I have not heard of him before? A strong man with a tough, stocky build questioned in a low voice. The water moon pavilion and the powerhouse that the man belonged to were both on the same piece of land in one of the sanctuaries. As both powerhouses were competing with each other fiercely, they naturally knew each other inside out. Of course you would not know. Universe God Xia Ho is not a disciple of the Water Moon Pavilion. In order to save his wife, who has been poisoned, he looked for the Water Moon Pavilion. He then requested for a real god expert who was proficient in making elixirs to make an elixir to save his wife. However, it's a pity that his abilities were only normal, and he also did not have any treasures. As such, he could not exchange anything for the elixir. However, at that time, Wu Bei's cave appeared. Hence, that real god of my Water Moon Pavilion decided to try his luck and sent him over. Chapter 1540, 108,000 years. Chapter 1540, 108,000 years. I was just casually saying at first. I never thought universe God Xiaoho would really come, and that his mental state would so strong that he reached the final stage of the 3rd test. The black-haired elderly from Water Moon Pavilion said excitedly as his eyes shone. The appearance of universe God Xiaoho surprised everyone. As time continued to fly past, Tian Ken was the first to come back to reality among the 6 finalists. Tian Ken had already tried his best. The longer he stayed in the void corridor, the more difficult it was for him to endure. He had no alternative. Right after Tian Ken woke up, it was God-destroying king. God-destroying king, who was the number 1 among the universe gods, surprised many as he only managed to make it to that stage. In the lofty hall, the Almighty sighed with emotion. Because of his backer, God-destroying king receives many resources. After he experienced all kinds of hardship, he became unusually strong, and his mental state is terrifying too. However, he has a powerful connection to count on. Hence, his mental state couldn't reach its peak, and he couldn't leap over. The third test continued. After Tian Can and God-destroying king woke up, there were only 4 of them left. In the blink of an eye, another 4 hours passed, and Xian Zhu came back to reality too. Since then, those who continued to travel in the Void Corridor were Jian Wushuang, Duan Lingfeng, and Universe God Xiaohou. Universe God Xiaohou, it's your call. For your wife. You have to persist and not waver. The black-haired elderly from Water Moon Pavilion clenched his fists as he bellowed. Just then, he received an update that Universe God Xiaohou had already woken up. He woke up. The black-haired elderly's face immediately grew grave. Then he quickly sighed and seemed to be disappointed. Forget it. I can't make a preemptive request to get the White Blaze fruit tree. Plus, Universe God Xiaohou did try his best. Hey, hun, it seems that Universe God Xiaohou didn't strive hard enough for you. The brawny man smiled smugly at the failure of his Universe God. Humph, Universe God Xiaohou didn't make it to the last in the third test, but he was much more outstanding than the Universe God under your command. His wife, Water Moon Pavilion, would still rescue her, the black-haired elderly said in a low voice. Oh. The brawny man's pupils contracted, but he didn't say anything further. On the open ground on the 3rd level of the cave, countless Universe gods stared at the 2 people with bright, sparkling eyes. The 2 of them were the 2 most eye-catching ones in the 3rd test. They were Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. How could it be? Why haven't they come out from the dreamland? It has been so long. It has already been 2 days and 2 nights in reality. It must have been even longer in the dreamland. Universe God Xiaohou, you're in 3rd place. How long have you traveled in the Void Corridor? Someone asked. To be frank, I only kept on walking forward in the Void Corridor, but didn't record the time in detail. It should be around 105,000 years. Universe God Xiaohou replied. 105,000 years. Oh my goodness. In such boring and uneventful travel, you stayed in there for 105,000 years. Is this humane? Universe God Xiaohou stayed for so long. Then, aren't Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng spending an even longer time in it? How did they do it? Is their mental strength so strong? The 100,000 universe gods on the open ground were astonished. Even God-destroying King, who was extremely strong, couldn't help but steal a glance at Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. He was quietly looking at them in admiration. It had been 105,000 years, and they continued to persist. One should know that they had only been plunging forward blindly in the Void Corridor for 100,000 years. In the blink of an eye, another 4 hours passed. Then Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng reached the 3 days mark in the dreamland. Just then, the 2 people who stood right in the middle of the open ground that everyone was watching suddenly moved. The 2 of them opened their eyes at the same time. They woke up. They finally woke up. Why did the 2 of them wake up at the same time? The surrounding universe, God's facial expressions, grew strange. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng understood, and they exchanged a look. It seems like you and I are the same. We both reached the end of the corridor. Jian Wushuang smiled and asked, How many years have you walked in the corridor? 108,000 years. How about you? Duan Lingfeng asked. Same as you. Jian Wushuang smiled. The speed didn't matter when one was traveling in the Void Corridor. Even if you were plunging forward at the traveling speed beyond a real god, you still had to travel for 108,000 years. But if you were to opt to not plunge forward, but slowly walk, you would have to use 108,000 years to reach the end too. The crucial point was that you couldn't waver by any bit within the 108,000 years, and you had to endure the boring, uneventful torture. Obviously, Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng had made it. The universe god surrounding the 2 of them heard their conversation, and they gasped in admiration. 108,000 years. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng walked in the void corridor for 108,000 years. During the 108,000 years, they weren't cultivating, but purely plunging forward. They wouldn't run into anything on their way, only a never-ending corridor. The two of them had held out to the end. The universe gods also could tell from their conversation that they had reached the end of the corridor, and they shook off the dreamland officially to come back to reality. In other words, if there were to be no end to the corridor, they could stay in the dreamland even longer. Just how terrifying were their mental strengths? If I'm not mistaken, Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng should have reached the first stage in terms of mental strength and be at a pretty high level. In the lofty hall, the Almighties started discussing. True, to be able to walk to the end of the void corridor, the lowest threshold is to achieve the first stage of mental state. Most of the real gods has yet to even reach the first stage, but they could reach this stage as universe gods. This is unbelievable. It is much more difficult than comprehending a slight bit of power of Heavenway. Both Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng are monstrous. Actually, the first stage of mental state, universe god Xia Ho achieved it too. However, he should have just leapt in not long ago, and it has yet to grow solid. Otherwise, he might stand a chance to walk till the end. Regardless, the third test has ended too. It ended, but both Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng passed the test. How will they share the white blaze fruit tree for the third test? Chapter 1541. Jian Wushuang and Real God Wu Bei. Chapter 1541. Jian Wushuang and Real God Wu Bei. In the open space, many universe gods were looking at Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng with puzzled expressions. Both of them had passed the third test. However, there was only one white blaze fruit tree for this test. Hence, how could it be split? I don't really care. The white blaze fruits is useless to me. You can have it, Duan Lingfeng said. How can you do this? Jian Wushuang frowned. The white blaze fruit tree was indeed useless to Duan Lingfeng. However, he could give the white blaze fruit tree to the Almighties, as they would definitely be willing to pay a high price for it. There's no changing my mind. If you think that you owe me, then I shall treat it as you owing me a big favor. If I were to ask you for help if I am ever in trouble, it's all right as long as you don't decline, Duan Lingfeng said. Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded his head immediately. If you, Duan Lingfeng, were to be in trouble in the future, as long as it doesn't go against my intentions, I, Jian Wushuang, will definitely do my best or even put my life on the line to help you. I am contented with this. Duan Lingfeng nodded his head, and it was obvious that he was still uninterested in the white blaze fruit. On this matter, Jian Wushuang could not do anything. In fact, even if there was no white blaze fruit tree, considering his friendship with Duan Lingfeng, if Duan Lingfeng were to ask him for help in the future, he would definitely not decline. The third test has ended. Apart from the two people who managed to win the treasure, everyone else can leave. When real God Wu Bei, who was at the highest point of the cave, waved his big hand, and space passages which led to outside the cave appeared on the void by the side immediately. There were over 100,000 universe gods on the open space. However, although most of them were a bit dissatisfied, they did not feel any attachment to the cave. Hence, they moved their bodies and left. Jian Wushuang, this is my transmission token. If you come across any trouble in the future, you can use this token to contact me. Of course, if I need your help, I will also use this token to contact you. Duan Lingfeng handed a token over to Jian Wushuang. After receiving it, Jian Wushuang nodded his head and laughed. We will see each other again soon. Duan Lingfeng's body moved, and he left the cave via the space passage as well. In no time, everyone had left. Only Jian Wushuang and the God-destroying king remained. Both of them were the ones who had obtained the final treasure. Jian Wushuang, I applaud you. You have obtained 2 out of the 3 white blaze fruit trees. The God-destroying king stared at Jian Wushuang. Didn't you get 1 white blaze fruit tree as well? Jian Wushuang giggled. The God-destroying king also revealed a smile. Indeed, he had also obtained a white blaze fruit tree, which was enough for him to report the completion of his task to the person backing him. At that moment, the dim shadow of real God Wu Bei, which was at the highest point of the cave, descended in front of the both of them. It's very difficult to move the white blaze fruit tree. Hence, I must do it one by one for the 3 trees. You shall follow me first. Real God Wu Bei shot a glance toward the God-destroying king. Understood. The God-destroying king followed real God Wu Bei to a special space to move the white blaze fruit tree at once. As for Jian Wushuang, he waited quietly. After some time, both of them came out of the special space. The moment they walked out, the God-destroying king's eyes were filled with delight. It was obvious that the tree had been moved successfully. All right, you can leave already, real God Wu Bei said apathetically. The God-destroying king nodded and left via the space passage. In the huge cave, only 2 people remained. They were Jian Wushuang and the dim shadow of real God Wu Bei. At that moment, the 2 of them were facing one another. Real God Wu Bei's shadow also came together gradually and became a black-clothed, middle-aged man with an evil-looking forehead. His penetrating eyes stared at Jian Wushuang with lightning speed, and he only started to speak after quite a while. Little kid, you are called Jian Wushuang. During the 3 tests previously, he had got to know Jian Wushuang's name from the other universe gods discussions. You should know that the reason I purposely let the God-destroying king leave first is so that you will be left here alone, right? Real God Wu Bei's voice was a bit cold. I know, Jian Wushuang nodded his head, because I am the same as you. We are both inverse cultivators. Haha, glad that you know. Real God Wu Bei laughed evilly. The appearance of my cave has attracted many universe gods. However, I didn't expect an inverse cultivator like you to also be within the universe gods. Moreover, if I didn't see wrongly, you should still be the universe god of the second heaven. But you have a special treasure which allows you to conceal your aura. Jian Wushuang possessed a treasure that had been manufactured by the founder of the lineage of Star, and this treasure allowed him to hide his aura and even his soul power. Hence, normal experts and even normal almighties would not be able to see through him. However, real God Wu Bei was also an inverse cultivator, and they were inside his cave. As such, he was able to see through Jian Wushuang clearly. Even though you are only a universe god of the second heaven, your abilities have reached such a level. In addition, you are also ranked 3rd on the universe god ranking list. You are even stronger than I was back then when I was in your shoes, real God Wu Bei exclaimed in admiration. He had also grown up step by step, starting from being a weak person himself. He had also experienced the stage of being a universe god. Back then, when he was still a universe god of the second heaven, he could only barely make it into the top 20 of the universe god ranking list at his peak. There was no way for him to get stronger as well. After all, there was a lot of restriction with regards to the unique skills. However, Jian Wushuang was in the top 3, and it was obvious that Jian Wushuang was more outstanding than him. Real God Wu Bei, since you know my identity, you should also be certain that my motive for coming to this cave is not only for the white blaze fruit and its tree, Jian Wushuang said seriously. You wish to get real God level inverse cultivation techniques from me, right? Real God Wu Bei looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. That's right. That's my main objective. Jian Wushuang nodded his head earnestly. Back then, when he came to the Wu Bei's cave, helping the lineage of Star to fight for the white blaze fruit, and its tree was his secondary objective. The most important thing was still himself. He needed real God-level inverse cultivation techniques. It was only with the necessary cultivation techniques that he could make a breakthrough and become a real, God-level inverse cultivator. Without the cultivation techniques, he would stay at the level of universe gods for the rest of his life. Indeed, I know the real godlike inverse cultivation techniques, and I can even give them to you. However, there is a condition, real God Wu Bei said. What condition? Jian Wushuang questioned at once. I want you to help me kill someone, a personal enemy of mine. Real God Wu Bei's eyes turned cold. Your personal enemy? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Who is your personal enemy, and how strong is he? He is the Demon Heart Kingdom's monarch, an almighty who rules many holy kingdoms, real God Wu Bei said in a low voice. He and I have a huge score to settle. When I was alive, there were numerous times that I wanted to kill him. However, I couldn't do it as his abilities were slightly stronger than mine. Moreover, his background is powerful. Until the day I die, I still haven't managed to find any opportunities. An almighty? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Real God Wu Bei, even when you are at your peak, you are still unable to kill the Demon Heart Kingdom's monarch. Yet you want me, a universe god, to kill him? Chapter 1542 Superior? Chapter 1542 Superior. Why are you anxious? I'm not asking you to kill him now, but later on when you enhance your power and have the capability to. Real God Wu Bei stole a glance at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang let out a breath of relief and immediately replied solemnly, Real God Wu Bei, I can promise you that I will figure out a way to kill Demon Heart Kingdom Monarch on your behalf as soon as I have the ability to. If I were to not reach that level ever, you couldn't blame me. Don't worry. If you were to never reach that kind of level, or if you passed away, I naturally couldn't pin the blame on you. Plus, at your current level, you are really far off that level. Forget about the other factors. It is still unknown whether you can become real God successfully. After all, you have one last inverse cultivation test to go through. Real God Wu Bei sighed. The last inverse cultivation test is the toughest test as an inverse cultivator. Although you are quite powerful, the possibility of you passing the test is still not high. Jian Wushuang's pupils contracted as he heard that remark. Real God Wu Bei, you're an inverse cultivator at the stage of real God. In other words, it meant that you passed through all 3 inverse cultivation tests. Can you tell me what the last inverse cultivation test about? Jian Wushuang asked. Inverse cultivation test, the toughest test for an inverse cultivator. The previous 2 inverse cultivation tests that Jian Wushuang had been through had brought him to the brink of death. Naturally, for the 3rd inverse cultivation test, the toughest test, Jian Wushuang was worried himself. I can't tell what the 3rd inverse cultivation test is exactly, but the moment I expose the inverse cultivation test, it will become entirely different, Real God Wu Bei explained. However, I can tell you that when it comes to my 3rd inverse cultivation test, everything that I went through still strikes fear in me now. Plus, because of the inverse cultivation test, it caused a drastic change in my temperament. Hence, the people in Eternal Chaotic World treat me as a madman. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were tightly knitted. The 3rd inverse cultivation test had made Real God Wu Bei so terrified, and his temperament underwent a drastic change. Just how scary was the test? Jian Wushuang muttered. Real God Wu Bei didn't explain much, but extended his hand and took out a gray stone bead. Huh. Jian Wushuang looked, and his gaze instantly fixed onto the gray stone bead. He wasn't unfamiliar with the gray stone bead. When he had received the heavenly creation skill, previously, it was contained in the gray stone bead. Jian Wushuang had yet to find out what material the stone bead was made out of. The inverse cultivation skill of real God level, also the 6th step of inverse cultivation, is stored in the stone bead. Real God Wu Bei smiled and passed the gray stone bead to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took the gray stone bead and swept his soul power over it. He was delighted. The sixth step of cultivation, strength. Jian Wushuang's eyes were twinkling with joy. I only have the sixth step of cultivation strength. I cultivated to the extreme limit of a real god with this skill when I was live. However, as I couldn't get my hands on the seventh step of cultivation strength, which is the one that equals the skill of an almighty, I have trapped it there. I didn't even break through when I died, real God Wu Bei sighed. Even real God Wu Bei couldn't find the seventh step of cultivation strength? Could it be that the seventh step of cultivation strength never existed? Jian Wushuang frowned. That's not it. I know who carries the seventh step of cultivation strength, but that person, he's too aloof. Forget about me. Many almighties who are much stronger than I am aren't even qualified to see him. I naturally don't stand a chance. I don't even have the chance to get in touch with him. How can I ask him to pass me that skill? Real God Wu Bei smiled bitterly. Is that so? Jian Wushuang nodded in silence. Jian Wushuang, if you were to reach the level I was at before I died one day, you could ask any almighty who is stronger. Any almighty who is strong will know who has the seventh step of cultivation strength, real God Wu Bei asked. I understand. Jian Wushuang understood. Then, real God Wu Bei flipped his palm and two dark, mysterious rings appeared in his hand. Senior Wu Bei, what's this? Jian Wushuang looked at the two rings suspiciously. These two rings contain a white blaze fruit tree each. I gave God Destroying King one just now for him to leave first. Hence, I did some tricks, real God Wu Bei said. A white blaze, fruit trees in these two rings? How is it possible? Jian Wushuang was amazed. He could tell that the black rings should be Qian Kuan rings. Although there was storage space in a Qian Kuan ring, it was used to keep various kinds of treasures. However, treasures were treasures, they were dead objects. But white ablaze fruit tree was a true living thing. It possessed life force. In eternal chaotic world, whatever life force such as human cultivators, exotic beasts, they were alive. How could they be kept in Qian Kuan ring? Even the natural treasures had to be plucked and cut off from their life force before storing them in Qian Kuan ring. But then the two Qian Kuan ring. Why, you find it unbelievable, right? Real God Wu Bei looked at him with a smile. When I first received these few rings, I was astonished too. However, such a Qian Kuan ring existed, and it was made by a superior personally, back when the Almighties were fighting over the white blaze fruit tree and had an insane fight. The reason they couldn't call the match was that the procedure was very complicated to maintain the white blaze fruit tree's life force when they wanted to transplant it. But it was different for me. I took the entire plot of land that cultivated the sapling of white blaze fruit into the ring, while the Almighties could only watch me. No wonder, real God Wu Bei, you can take away the sapling of white blaze fruit so openly before the Almighties. This is why, huh? Jian Wushuang complimented and then asked, You said that these few rings were made by a superior. Would this superior be the one that helped you nurture the other two white blaze fruit trees? Yes, it's him. Actually, not only the ring and the nurturing of white blaze fruit tree, even the restriction in my cave is set up by him. Because of the existence of the restriction, the Almighties outside can't enter. Real God Wu Bei smiled. Even the restriction is set up by the superior? Who exactly is this superior? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. I don't know his exact identity, nor do I know his actual power. I only know that he is very good at making weapons, formation, and many realm techniques. Even many Almighties who specialized in weapon making and formation couldn't be compared to him favorably. He is definitely one of the most mysterious people I've seen all my life, real God Wu Bei said. Jian Wushuang was stunned when he heard it. Chapter 1543. The Arrival of the Palace Master. Chapter 1543. The Arrival of the Palace Master. He was exceptionally talented in manufacturing weapons and using spells of many realms. Moreover, he was also very mysterious. This caused Jian Wushuang to think of his own master, Xian Yi, instantly. Similarly, his master's background was extremely mysterious. Moreover, his master was also very proficient in manufacturing weapons, using spells, as well as in many other areas. He was very similar to the great person, real God Wu Bei mentioned. Could it be master? Jian Wushuang frowned. However, he was unable to confirm it. It might just be a coincidence. However, it might also be him. If the great person who real God Wu Bei had mentioned were really his master Xian Yi, then he would indeed be extremely mysterious. No matter what, I have no way of finding out if that person is my master. Jian Wushuang shook his head and stopped thinking about it. I have given you all the things that you wanted. Remember our agreement. When you have the ability, please help me to kill the Demon Heart Kingdom's monarch. Now please go. Real God Wu Bei said. Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted and he glanced at real God Wu Bei deeply. After that, he gave a bow and entered the space passage which led to the outside world. With Jian Wushuang leaving, only real God Wu Bei was left in the big cave. As real God Wu Bei stood in his position, he raised his eyes and looked up at the heavens. All of a sudden, an insane laugh could be heard from real God Wu Bei, and it shook the universe. Old bastard, I have done what you wanted me to do. Hence, I, Wu Bei, no longer owe you anything. Ha! A mad laugh resounded within the whole cave, and the enormous cave also started to shake with laughter. At the next moment, the whole cave started to collapse. As for real God Wu Bei, who was in the cave, he was completely swallowed by the collapsed cave and his figure dissipated slowly. Outside Wu Bei's cave, the vast hall was still floating in the sky of the island. Inside the big hall, many experts had gathered. However, at that very moment, the eyes of the experts were focused on Lei Chao. 2 white blaze fruit trees had been obtained by that little kid from the lineage of Star. Where did the insane luck of the lineage of Star come from? With so many experts as well as a few almighties staring at him, even Lei Chao felt fearful. However, at that moment, swish, another shadow appeared out of thin air from within the big hall. It was a silvery, white-haired old man. His face was old and his aura was very normal. Hence, he looked like an ordinary old man. However, when this old man appeared, many experts in the vast hall went silent immediately. The eyes of the almighties also focused on the old man at once. As for Lei Chao, who had felt a bit fearful moments ago, he became delighted when the old man arrived. Palace Master! Lei Chao appeared in front of the silvery white-haired old man immediately and greeted him respectfully. It's the founder of the lineage of Star. The Star's old monster. This old bastard actually came personally. A number of almighties frowned. However, they also knew that Jian Wushuang had obtained 2 white blaze fruit trees from Wu Bei's cave. Since this was such a big matter, it would naturally cause the founder of the lineage of Star to be alarmed. Therefore, the founder of the lineage of Star ought to come personally. You may stand up. The silvery white-haired old man who was the Star Palace master glanced at Lei Chao and questioned him at the same time. Where's the little kid from my lineage of Star? He is still inside Wu Bei's cave and is about to come out soon, Lei Chao said immediately. Okay. The Star Palace master nodded. After that, he looked toward the almighties who were at the front of the big hall. Long time no see, Star old monster. A hearty laugh came from the center of the big hall from the red-haired old man who had a horn on his forehead. Quite a number of almighties beside him stood up as well. However, apart from the red-haired old man, when the other almighties looked at the Star Palace master, it was obvious that they were looking at him with respect. Similar to universe gods and real gods, there were weak and strong almighties. There were 20 almighties present, and this was considered a lot. However, among them only the red-haired old man could compete with the Star Palace Master. As for the other almighties, such as the owner of the Sky, Sword Mountain, and Tower Master Chifu, they were weaker than the Star Palace Master. Huiyu, you're here as well. The Star Palace Master looked at the red-haired old man. I just happened to be in the Red Dragon Sanctuary during this period of time. After I knew about the appearance of Wu Bei's cave, I hurried over to take a look. The red-haired old man, Huiyu, giggled. Star, come and take a seat. With a wave of Huiyu's hand, a long, narrow table appeared beside him immediately. The Star Palace Master did not stand on ceremony. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of the long, narrow table and sat down straight away. Star, that little kid from your lineage of Star has indeed brought you credit. With so many universe gods fighting for the 3 white blaze fruit trees, he still managed to obtain 2 of them in the end. We are all really envious of you. Huiyu gasped in admiration. This little kid's luck is indeed not too bad. However, as he had obtained 2 white blaze fruit trees, there's no avoiding the attention of people with hidden agendas. Hence, I have to rush over personally to bring him back, the Star Palace Master said nonchalantly. As soon as his words left his mouth, the expressions of quite a number of almighties in the area changed slightly. Before this, there were indeed some people among the almighties who had had their eyes set on Jian Wushuang. After all, 2 white blaze fruit trees were extremely attractive. However, at the very moment, with the arrival of the Star Palace Master, those people had dropped the idea at once. They had no guts to snatch items away from the Star Palace Master. Moreover, they did not have the ability to do so either. Ha! Don't be so blunt. As long as everyone understands, Huiyu chuckled. Oh right, that little kid of your lineage of Star should be coming out of the cave soon. Understood. The Star Palace Master nodded his head. With a flash of thought in his mind, an invisible seal appeared beside him and Huiyu immediately. The invisible seal was merely a technique used to prevent others from hearing their conversation. Star, could it be that you wish to tell me something, such that you have placed a protective screen on the time and space around us? Huiyu looked toward the Star Palace Master with surprise. Indeed, I need your help with something. The Star Palace Master spoke. What's wrong? Huiyu questioned. When the little kid of my lineage of Star comes out, no matter what you see from him, please don't mention anything, the Star Palace Master said. Oh. Huiyu raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the little kid has some sort of secret? Please, just tell me whether you agree to it or not, the Star Palace Master said. Ha! After hearing such things from you, I am now very curious about that little kid. Don't worry. Since you have asked me personally, I will naturally not decline. No matter what I manage to see later, I will not say anything, Huiyu laughed. Chapter 1544 Deal. Chapter 1544 Deal. The experts in the hall were still waiting. However, as the Star Palace Master came personally, there was no one who dared to plot against Jian Wushuang anymore. Very soon, Jian Wushuang came out from the cave. On the island, at the entrance of Wu Bei's cave, Jian Wushuang leapt out along with a flash of light. Just as he leapt out of the cave, the entrance behind him immediately shook and collapsed entirely. Wu Bei's cave then vanished into thin air. Jian Wushuang only shook his head in silence when he saw what happened. Jian Wushuang. Lei Chao instantly sent him a message. Did you see the palace above you? Hurry up and come over. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate, but plunged towards the palace and appeared in the lofty hall. Once Jian Wushuang had appeared in the lofty hall, he instantly felt the bold, vigorous auras in the hall. Every single aura was terrifyingly strong, especially those seated in the higher areas in the hall. The casually spread aura was already suffocating him. These people... Jian Wushuang looked at the people around him and he felt dreadful. He knew clearly that anyone at the scene could kill him easily. These people were looking him up and down too. That made Jian Wushuang even more horrified. Jian Wushuang, hurry. Come and great palace master. Lei Chao's voice was heard. Palace master? Jian Wushuang was stunned and followed Lei Chao's guidance. He immediately looked at the white-haired elderly in the middle of the hall. Greetings, palace master! Jian Wushuang immediately bowed and let out a breath of relief from the bottom of his heart. It turned out that palace master came personally. I guess I don't have to worry much. Get up! Star Palace Master waved, and Jian Wushuang stood up. The fiery-haired elderly next to Star Palace Master, Huiyu, looked at Jian Wushuang with a strange look in his eyes. This aura, universe god in the second heaven? Huiyu was surprised, but he instantly understood. Haha, old monster of Star Palace, I finally know this young man's secret. Ha! Huiyu laughed heartily. However, due to the restriction of the surrounding void, the people around them, including the Almighties, didn't know what he was talking about. Huiyu was one who was on equal footing as the Star Palace Master. The treasure that the Star Palace Master had made personally could conceal Jian Wushuang's aura from everyone else at the scene, including the Almighties, but not him. He definitely could tell Jian Wushuang's ins and outs then. He could tell that Jian Wushuang was merely a universe god in the second heaven, but people treated him as universe god in the third heaven because of a treasure on him that concealed his aura. As a universe god in the second heaven, he was so powerful, and he was in the top 3 on the universe god ranking list. No ordinary cultivator would be able to do that. There was only one kind of person who can do that. An inverse cultivator. An inverse cultivator like real god Wu Bei. Huiyu was certain that Jian Wushuang was an inverse cultivator. Huiyu, do you remember what you promised me earlier? Star Palace Master glanced at Huiyu. Of course I do, Huiyu smiled. For white blaze fruits, and I will keep this young man from lineage of Star secret. I'll never leak his identity as an inverse cultivator to anyone in the future. How about that? 4. Star Palace Master squinted his eyes. You're good at taking advantage, huh? Haha, it's only 4 white blaze fruits. Jian Wushuang got 9 of them in the cave, and also 2 white blaze fruit trees. With the 2 white blaze fruit trees, you can have however many white blaze fruits you want. What are 4 pieces to you? Huiyu laughed. The Star Palace Master was on friendly terms with him, but that didn't change the fact that he took advantage of the Star Palace Master. Plus, 4 pieces of white blaze fruits were really nothing much from the harvest that Jian Wushuang had got from Wu Bei's cave. 4 pieces of white blaze fruits, deal. The Star Palace Master agreed directly. Great! Huiyu's smile grew even wider. The people in the surroundings could see Huiyu talking to Star Palace Master, and they seemed to reach a mutual agreement, but they didn't know the context of their agreement. Jian Wushuang, pass me the white blaze fruit trees. Star Palace Master looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate and immediately took out the 2 special rings that he had gotten from Wu Bei's cave. He looked at the 2 rings and the surrounding experts, including the Almighties. There was a glimpse of heat in their eyes, but they pressed it down forcefully. The rings are quite interesting. I wonder how Wu Bei got them. Star Palace Master briefly glanced at the rings and pocketed them. Pass me the 4 pieces of white blaze fruits that you got from Wu Bei's cave, Star Palace Master said again. Jian Wushuang immediately took out 4 pieces of white blaze fruit. Star Palace Master passed the 4 pieces of white blaze fruits to Huiyu. Jian Wushuang, do you have any other matter to deal with? If not, follow me back to Lineage of Star. Star Palace Master looked at him. Palace Master, please hold on for a while. Jian Wushuang replied and came before an Almighty before everyone's watch. The Almighty was naturally the owner of Sky, Sword Mountain. Senior Sky Sword, previously you told Mr. Lei Chao to send me a message. I wonder, does it still count? Jian Wushuang asked politely. Of course it counts, The owner of Sky Sword Mountain smiled. "When the fight is over, I said that as long as you offered me 2 white blaze fruits, you, who I once imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, could release anyone you wished. Here are 2 pieces of white blaze fruits. I'd like Senior Sky Sword to release Fiery King from Sky Sword Prison. Let him be free." Jian Wushuang took out 2 white blaze fruits. "Haha, no problem. When I return, I shall release him immediately without any delay." The owner of Sky Sword Mountain was delighted. "Please tell him to send me a message when he gets released," Jian Wushuang said as he let out a breath of relief. Fiery King, also the founder of Lineage of Scarlet. The secret skill of Scarlet Kingdom was created by Fiery King himself. Previously, when he was imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, Fiery King took good care of him, and Jian Wushuang was grateful. He wanted to rescue Fiery King. Then he had finally made the owner of Sky Sword Mountain release Fiery King. He considered himself to be removing a thorn in his heart. 2 pieces of white blaze fruit in exchange for the freedom of a first-stage real god. Sky Sword, you made quite a good deal. Huh. Star Palace Master glanced at the owner of Sky Sword Mountain. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain smiled awkwardly. However, Star Palace Master didn't worry much about him and left with Jian Wushuang and Lei Chao soon after. Chapter 1545. Things have settled down. Chapter 1545. Things have settled down. It had ended. The crazy fight that was participated in by many top universe gods in the eternal chaotic world had finally come to an end. Many universe gods who had participated in the fight left with sadness. During the crazy fight, some people had died without experiencing anything big, while some people had trampled on the bodies of others and got a reputation for themselves. During this fight, Jian Wushuang was one of the most dazzling figures. In particular, Jian Wushuang had obtained 2 white blaze fruit trees and 9 white blaze fruits alone. This has allowed the Lineage of Star to become the biggest winner of the fight this time around. His name had also reverberated across the whole eternal chaotic world again. Inside an old cave within the Lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan, and Lei Chao were standing in front of the Star Palace Master, respectfully. "Palace Master, I have already opened up a standalone star in the endless Milky Way. Moreover, I have already started to set up a spell. As soon as the spell is complete, we can nurture the 2 white blaze fruit trees. As for the resources needed to nurture the trees, we have already prepared quite a decent amount," Hall Master Yuan said. "We only need to nurture 1 white blaze fruit tree," the Star Palace Master said. Hall Master Yuan and Jian Wushuang became stupefied. The white blaze fruit tree is extremely precious. Just 1 tree alone is enough to make many almighties go crazy. Although the Lineage of Star is one of the big powerhouses of the eternal chaotic world, we're not strong enough to have 2 trees at the same time. Hence, I have decided to give the other tree to the Emperor," the Star Palace Master said. "The Emperor?" Hall Master Yuan was stunned. After that, he nodded his head. As for Jian Wushuang, he had a puzzled expression. Jian Wushuang, the emperor whom the Star Palace mentioned, should be the Purple Moon Emperor of the Purple Moon Sanctuary. The King of Venomous Worms' voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's head. As the King of Venomous Worms only grew inside Jian Wushuang's ancient god body, his existence was not known even to the Star Palace Master. The Purple Moon Emperor is equivalent to the Master of the Purple Moon Sanctuary. He is a super expert who stands at the top of the Almighties in the eternal chaotic world. Moreover, he is a lot stronger than the Star Palace Master, as well as the Almighties that you saw previously. The Star Palace Master is really smart. He knew that with the Lineage of Star's abilities alone, it would be very difficult to possess 2 white blaze fruit trees. By giving one of them to the Purple Moon Emperor, the Lineage of Star would gain the support of the Purple Moon Emperor. Hence, No one would dare to set eyes on the white blaze fruit tree in the lineage of Star. Is that so? Jian Wushuang nodded his head. The Purple Moon Emperor. Jian Wushuang also took note of the name. Jian Wushuang. All of a sudden, the Star Palace Master looked at Jian Wushuang. It is all thanks to your abilities this time around that the lineage of Star is able to obtain these 2 white blaze fruit trees, as well as a few white blaze fruits. The lineage of Star is fair in meting out rewards and punishments. Since you have achieved a great feat for the lineage of Star, I will naturally give you an award. Although this reward cannot be compared to the value of the 2 white blaze fruit trees, it will still be of use to you. How about this? If you need any treasures or resources, tell Hall Master Yuan later so that he will prepare them for you. In addition, I will allow you to enter the real God Hall every 100 years. Moreover, you can stay inside for 1 year for every entry, until you become a real god. After hearing what was said, Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened up. The real God Hall was the most precious training resource of the lineage of Star, and it was extremely useful to universe gods. However, it was not easy to open the real God Hall, as every opening would require a huge price to be paid. Hence, in the lineage of Star, even if it were the Star Palace disciples, it was not easy for them to enter the real God Hall for comprehension. For example, when Jian Wushuang had risked his life to complete the ultimate disciple task previously, his total award had only amounted to 3 months in the real God Hall. But what about that very moment? He could enter the real God Hall every 100 years. Moreover, he could stay for a year for each entry. What great treatment was that? Jian Wushuang, your talents knows no limit, and there might be some hope for you to become another almighty of the lineage of Star in the future. Thus, the lineage of Star will do its utmost best to help you grow. However, before this, there will still be a long journey ahead of you. The more noteworthy one is at the very moment. Your inverse cultivation test for the 3rd heaven should be quite close to you. The Star Palace Master looked at Jian Wushuang. If you clear this final inverse cultivation test for the last heaven, you will rise to the top at one go. However, if you were to fail, there would be no more hope for you forever. Remember, you must be extremely careful. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head seriously. He himself was very clear that the inverse cultivation test for the 3rd heaven was his final test, as well as one of his greatest obstacles. This obstacle was extremely important. You may leave now. The Star Palace Master waved his hands. At once, Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan, and Lei Chao bowed and left. After leaving the cave, the 3 of them stood in the endless Milky Way. Jian Wushuang, I have passed the Palace Master's words down. From now on, you can enter the real God Hall once every 100 years. Moreover, if you need any resources or treasures, you can tell me directly, and I will do my best to help you get them, Hall Master Yuan said. Understood. Thank you very much, Hall Master Yuan, Jian Wushuang laughed. No need to stand on ceremony. By the way, did you get what you wanted from Wu Bei's cave? Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang. What he was asking about was naturally the method of the inverse cultivator's 6th step. I got it, Jian Wushuang giggled. That's good. Continue your training. Tell me when the inverse cultivation test for the 3rd heaven is here, so that I can help you to prepare, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. After that, he headed to his own Sword Star. At the Sword Star, Qiu Yu, this Qiankuan ring has quite a few training resources. Please share it with your sisters. For the next period of time, I will probably be staying in the lineage of Star. If you have questions that you don't understand, you can come and ask me. Jian Wushuang was looking at the maids who were below him. Thank you very much. Qiu Yu and the maids were all extremely delighted. As the Sword Star Master, Jian Wushuang treated the maids under him quite well. He would help if he could, Moreover, he would give them some training resources occasionally. 4. Jian Wuxuan. The training resources that he gave randomly were enough to cause Qiuyu and the rest of the maids to be over the moon. Inside a secret room, Jian Wuxuan was sitting down alone with his legs crossed. From the journey to Wu Bei's cave this time round, I have benefited greatly. In addition, my soul power has risen greatly as well. For the abilities of a universe god of the second heaven like me to reach such a level is already very impressive. If I wish to continue getting stronger, I can only improve my comprehension toward the heaven's way at best. Jian Wuxuan was quite helpless as well. In the end, he was only a universe god of the second heaven. Hence, his abilities were restricted. I wonder when the inverse cultivation test for the third heaven will come. Will it be soon? Chapter 1546, There's News. Chapter 1546, There's News. Jian Wuxuan stayed in Lineage of Star since then. He never paid attention in cultivation as his power had reached a bottleneck. The only thing he could do was improve his comprehension towards reincarnation doctrine and space-time doctrine. However, such comprehension didn't require him to cultivate in seclusion, but natural comprehension in a relaxed state would have a better effect. Jian Wuxuan stayed in Sword Star and drank with Ling Feibai, Longya, and a few others occasionally. Sometimes he would give pointers to Qiuyu and the other maidservants regarding cultivation. Every 100 years he would visit Real God Hall and he would stay in there for a year. The time flew past. It had been 1,800 years in the blink of an eye. In the 1,800 years, Jian Wuxuan lived at ease. In the 1,800 years, he stayed in Lineage of Star and never left. Real God Hall. The entrance suddenly opened and Jian Wuxuan, who had comprehended in it for a year, slowly exited. After he exited Real God Hall, Jian Wuxuan let out a heavy sigh. As expected, ever since my comprehension towards space-time doctrine reached the standard of passing the first level of Doctrine Palace, my comprehension towards the power of Heaven Way has stopped entirely. Even after I comprehended in Real God Hall for a year, there wasn't much improvement. Jian Wuxuan felt helpless. He knew since long ago that with his improvement in comprehension, his speed of improvement was as slow as a snail, even with the assistance of Real God Hall. 100 years ago, also 100,700 years after he had come back from Wu Bei's cave, his comprehension towards space-time doctrine already reached the standard of the first level of Doctrine Palace. After reaching that standard, he had no space for improvement in terms of comprehension towards power of Heaven Way. For the past century, there was no improvement in both reincarnation doctrine and space-time doctrine. I'm still restricted by my realms as universe god in the second heaven. Jian Wuxuan sighed emotionally. In his current state, he had even reached the limit of unique skill that his realm could be at. It was the same in terms of soul strength. Then, even his comprehension towards power of Heaven Way had reached the limit of a universe god in the second heaven. In other words, unless he passed his third inverse cultivation test and become a universe god in the third heaven, he wouldn't improve at all in terms of his power. Many years passed, but the third inverse cultivation test never came. There weren't even any signs of it coming. Regarding that, Jian Wuxuan was rather helpless too. He could only sit and wait patiently. Lineage of Star in the rolling palaces. Jian Wuxuan was walking alone slowly. On the way, he met many disciples of Lineage of Star. The disciples were discussing him quietly as they looked at him with admiration. One should know that for the past 1,800 years, the brand new universe god ranking list and the incident in Wu Bei's cave had spread like wildfire. As the most eye-catching person in Wu Bei's cave and the third ranked on universe god ranking list, Jian Wuxuan was naturally the disciples' role model. There were even many disciples of Lineage of Star who treated Jian Wuxuan as the pride of Lineage of Star. After all, Ever since Star Palace Master had started Lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang had been the first to get listed in the top 3 on Universe God ranking list. But what they didn't know was that he was deeply distressed that his 3rd inverse cultivation test had yet to come. Just then, there was a message that popped in. "Mister, the person that you asked Vientiane Tower to look for, we found a clue." Jian Wushuang's footstep paused, and there was a glimpse of light in his eyes. "Finally, there's news." Jian Wushuang couldn't help but clench his fists. 2,000 years ago, since he had been released from Sky Sword Prison, he found Vientiane Tower and entrusted them to look for his wife for him for a price of 10 million Chaos Gem. Vientiane Tower promised that they would reply to him within 3,000 years. But then it had been 2,000 over years, and Vientiane Tower really did give him an answer. On Starland, in a secret room in the Vientiane Tower branch where Jian Wushuang had requested the task. "Mister, according to your criteria, Vientiane Tower went through 2,000 years of searches and finally found one person. It is extremely likely that she is the primordial great sinner that you are looking for." A purple-haired elderly stood before Jian Wushuang as he said, "Extremely likely? In other words, it's not certain?" Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. "It's hard to be certain. After all, her behavior is creepy and she won't reveal herself, nor did she fight with anyone. Vientiane Tower only found her through multiple indications. We are definite that she is a primordial great sinner and she is a woman. On top of that, she only appeared in eternal chaotic world within the last 10,000 years. With these 3 indications, although Vientiane Tower isn't 100% sure that she is the person you're looking for, we are at least 70% confident," the purple-haired elderly said. Jian Wushuang's pupils contracted. A primordial great sinner, a woman, and she had only appeared in eternal chaotic world in the past 10,000 years. The 3 signs did match his wife, Lung Wushuang. It must be her. Jian Wushuang grew emotional, and he immediately asked, "Where is she now?" According to the news that Vientiane Tower received, she is currently in Blood Demon Church in Jiogong Holy Kingdom, and she seems to hold a high position in Blood Demon Church. The purple-haired elderly replied, "Blood Demon Church?" Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. The name Blood Demon Church itself indicated that it wasn't any kind sect. Blood Demon Church in Jiogong Holy Kingdom belonged to a strong force. They seemed to have quite a few real gods, too. The purple-haired elderly smiled. In a holy kingdom means that it is outside of 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. Soon after he left Vientiane Tower, he returned to Lineage of Star. When he arrived at Lineage of Star, he went to see Hall Master Yuan immediately. In the cave made of unique gemstones. "Jian Wushuang, it's rare that you come to see me. Could it be that your 3rd inverse cultivation test is coming? Or did you reach a bottleneck in your cultivation and you need me to prepare some cultivation resources for you?" Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang attentively. The 3rd inverse cultivation test never came, not even a sign. As for cultivation resources, I don't need them as of now. I came here today to ask Hall Master Yuan for a favor, Jian Wushuang said. Oh. Hall Master Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew that Jian Wushuang's character was proud and aloof. If it was something he could do himself, he definitely wouldn't ask for the other's assistance. But then Jian Wushuang found him. He definitely ran into trouble that he couldn't resolve on his own. Tell me, what do you need me to do for you? Hall Master Yuan looked at him. Chapter 1547 Real God Jiogong. Chapter 1547 Real God Jiogong. I wish for Hall Master Yuan to send some of the lineage of Star's real gods to help me go to a powerhouse and capture someone alive, Jian Wushuang said. Capture someone alive? Hall Master Yuan was surprised. That's right. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. The body of his wife, Lung Rushuang, was currently being controlled by Lung Rushue. Moreover, Lung Rushue was a consciousness that was given birth by the extremely evil, primordial Great Sin. If he wished to rescue Lung Rushuang, he would need to first capture Lung Rushue alive. After that, he would request Hall Master Yuan's help. With an Almighty's power, it might be possible to suppress Lung Rushue and awaken his wife's, Lung Rushuang's, consciousness. Hall Master Yuan laughed indifferently and asked, "Which sanctuary and which sect?" That powerhouse is not within the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Instead, it is at the Jiugong Holy Kingdom. It is also said that a few real gods exist there, Jian Wushuang said. The Jiugong Holy Kingdom? Hall Master Yuan frowned all of a sudden. Hall Master Yuan, is it troublesome? When Jian Wushuang noticed a change in Hall Master Yuan's expression, he could not help but ask. It is indeed troublesome. Truthfully, it is very troublesome. Hall Master Yuan's voice became low. Jian Wushuang, if the person who you wish to capture alive is in another holy kingdom, it would be all right even though they are ruled by the Almighties. With the power that the lineage of Star possesses, we could send experts straight away. For example, we can send Lei Chao over and help you to capture the person alive. Even though this is done, the Almighty in charge of the Holy Kingdom would not look for us over such a small matter. However, the person who you wish to capture alive now is within the Jiugong Holy Kingdom, and the Jiugong Holy Kingdom is different from the other holy kingdoms. How so? Jian Wushuang frowned. The lineage of Star did not have to worry about the holy kingdoms controlled by Almighties. However, why was Hall Master Yuan so concerned about the Jiugong Holy Kingdom? Jian Wushuang, let me tell you the truth. The monarch of Jiugong Holy Kingdom is a real god with abilities to stand at the top. He is real god Jiugong, and just like Lei Chao, he is also in the real god ranking list. Moreover, he is ranked 5th in the real god ranking list. Hall Master Yuan said. 5th in the real god ranking list. Jian Wushuang was shocked. The real god ranking list and the universe god ranking list were quite similar in nature. For one to get into the real god ranking list, he would definitely need to be in the top few among the real gods. As for real god Jiugong, for him to be ranked 5th in the real god ranking list, his abilities are probably very close to an Almighty's. Not only is real god Jiugong powerful, his way of doing things is also very unreasonable. Moreover, the most important thing is that there was once a huge incident between him and the lineage of Star, Hall Master Yuan said. What? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Real god Jiugong actually had a grudge against the lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang, do you remember Lingdan, the person who I sent you over to defeat at the Green Lightning sect? Hall Master Yuan said. Of course I remember. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. He still remembered Lingdan slightly. After all, it was a match that made him famous. He had defeated Lingdan with one stroke, and later on, he had pushed back the 7-planet palace master. With that, he had become famous and got into the 20th position of the universe god ranking list. Back then, Lingdan had intentionally provoked the lineage of Star. If not for you appearing and defeating him, the lineage of Star would definitely have lost its prestige. After that, I intentionally sent people to investigate him in detail. After the investigation, I realized that there were some dealings between Lingdan and real god Jiugong. It seemed that real god Jiugong had promised to make him his disciple if he could make the lineage of Star lose its prestige. Hall Master Yuan said. This kind of thing actually happened. Jian Wushuang understood. It was no wonder that Lingdan was so unwise back then, where he had challenged the prestige of the lineage of Star. It was all due to real god Jiugong's promise. Back then, real god Jiugong was forced out of the Purple Moon Sanctuary by the lineage of Star. For many years, he dared not even take a single step into the Purple Moon Sanctuary. As for the holy kingdom that he controls, the experts in the lineage of Star naturally don't dare to go there. If they were to go to his holy kingdom and be discovered by him, he would definitely not hesitate to take action to kill the real gods of the lineage of Star, Hall Master Yuan said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang frowned. At that very moment, Lung Rushue was in the Blood Demon Church within Jiugong, Holy Kingdom. Apart from there being a few real gods in the Blood Demon Church, some of them also possess strong abilities. Hence, there would be no hope for him to charge into the Blood Demon Church and rescue Lung Rushue alive. As such, he had to rely on the lineage of Star. However, he did not expect Jiugong, Holy Kingdom, to be controlled by real god Jiugong. Jian Wushuang, it is not good to provoke real god Jiugong. Moreover, the Jiugong Holy Kingdom is his territory, and he would definitely know of any disturbances in his own territory. Hence, the real god experts of the lineage of Star absolutely cannot go there, as it would be sending themselves to their own deaths. This applies to you as well. Although you are a universe god and that he might not kill you due to his identity, he can still order the experts under him to kill you. In any case, if you were to go there, you would face very high risks as well. Thus, you had better not go, as there is really no choice. However, you can still get someone to go on behalf of you to capture the person, Hall Master Yuan said. No, I have to go to the Jiugong Holy Kingdom personally, as that person is extremely important to me, Jian Wushuang said with a low voice. Extremely important? Hall Master Yuan frowned. Hall Master Yuan, there are some things that are inconvenient for me to tell you. However, I really have to go to the Jiugong Holy Kingdom, Jian Wushuang said. Hall Master Yuan started to mutter to himself at once. After some time, he looked at Jian Wushuang again. Jian Wushuang, it's all right if you really need to go there. I will use the resources of the lineage of Star to hire a few experts who will travel along with you to help you. Although the real gods of the lineage of Star are unable to enter Jiugong, Holy Kingdom, we can still hire people secretly and real god Jiugong won't know about it. However, you must promise me something. After reaching Jiugong, Holy Kingdom, you have to think of a way to hide your identity properly. Secondly, do not take action personally. You can get the experts that I have hired for you to do the work. Understood. Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened, and he spoke immediately. Since that's the case, I will make a move to Jiugong Holy Kingdom first. I have to first clarify if that person is the person who I'm looking for. After confirming, I will inform you again. No problem. Remember that you have to be very careful. Also, isn't the real god who you paid 2 white blaze fruits to get the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain to release from the Sky Sword Prison in the Starland? You can look for him and get him to go with you, Hall Master Yuan said. Big brother, Fiery King. Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened up. Not long after the fight in Wu Bei's cave had ended, the Fiery King was released by the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain. After he came out, he sent a message to Jian Wushuang at once to thank him. Moreover, in recent years, the Fiery King also came from the Sky Sword Mountain to the Starland personally to thank Jian Wushuang in person. Hence, at that very moment, the Fiery King was staying in the Starland. Jian Wushuang sent a message to the Fiery King at once. Chapter 1548, Blood Demon World. Chapter 1548, Blood Demon World. Blood Demon World in Jiugong, Holy Kingdom. Blood Demon World was made of a dozen worlds, and it had a vast territory. Blood Demon Church was the overlord of Blood Demon World, the true local tyrant. Blood Demon Church could also be considered a strong force, even within Jiugong, Holy Kingdom. Blood Demon World was one of the many worlds. In a pavilion in an ordinary city, a man and a woman sat together. The man was a middle-aged man in loose, long robe, while the woman was a beauty in a white robe. From their behavior, they should be husband and wife. Husband, it has been 3 days. Why hasn't Protector Jean yet arrived? The beauty in a white robe creased her eyebrows. Don't worry. Protector Jean Yin already messaged me. He will be here soon, the middle-aged man said. I feel that Protector Jean Yin isn't reliable. He is from Blood Demon Church, after all. The people from Blood Demon Church are all demons. The beauty in a white robe looked concerned. Shoo! The middle-aged man signaled her to keep quiet, and he said, It's okay if you say that elsewhere, but in Blood Demon World, don't speak recklessly. Otherwise, we might be killed. The beauty in a white robe felt her heart skip a beat. Actually, I know that there's a risk asking for help from experts in Blood Demon Church. But we have no choice. Only they can help us with the trouble we're having. Otherwise, the middle-aged man sighed and felt helpless too. If it wasn't because he had no choice, he wouldn't get involved with anyone in Blood Demon Church. Then a few figures walked into the pavilion at the same time. The one walking at the front was a blonde, brawny elderly. Both the middle-aged man and the beauty in a white robe stood up simultaneously as they saw the people. Protector Jean Yin, the middle-aged man greeted with a smile. The blonde, brawny elderly who walked in the pavilion glanced at the middle-aged man, and he looked calm. But when he saw the beauty in a white robe behind him, there was a change in his expression, and there was a strange look in his eyes. Haha, Universe God Chi, right? Come, let's sit and discuss. The blonde, brawny elderly Protector Jean Yin smiled as the three of them sat by the table. Then the middle-aged man poured some wine. Protector Jean Yin, sorry to trouble you to get involved personally. My wife and I shall raise our glasses in a toast. The middle-aged man, Universe God Chi, raised his glass. You're welcome. Protector Jean Yin smiled as he looked towards the beauty in a white robe. After chugging the wine, Protector Jean Yin said, Universe God Chi, the favor that you asked for is quite troublesome. Even I have to spend some time and effort to take care of it. If you really want to resolve this, you have to show some sincerity. With the agreed price, it might not be enough. Not enough. Universe God Chi creased his eyebrows. Actually, the price he had paid was already very high, but he was well prepared as Protector Jean Yin was a man in Blood Demon Church. I wonder what else Protector Jean Yin needs. I will prepare for you immediately, Universe God Chi replied. You don't have to prepare anything. The thing that I want, you have it right now, Protector Jean Yin said. Oh. Universe God Chi looked confused. Actually, it's nothing major. I'd like your wife to serve me for a while. Not long, maybe about 100 or 200 years will do. Protector Jean Yin said casually. What? Universe God Chi's face suddenly grew grave. The beauty in a white robe next to him was terrified too. Protector Jean Yin, your joke is not funny at all. Universe God Chi had already stood up, anger raging in his eyes. I don't have the time to make a joke with you. Protector Jean Yin's face grew cold too. Your wife has to serve me for 200 years. Otherwise, I will not help you. Humph, you will not help. There will be other people who are willing to help. June Air, let's go. Universe God Chi pulled the beauty in a white robe by her arm and wanted to leave. Hold on. Protector Jean Yin smirked coldly. Although the deal didn't go through, I can't be making a trip for nothing, right? How about this? The price that you offered previously, forget about it. But your wife has to stay. Protector Jean Yin, don't go overboard. Universe God Chi and the beauty in a white robe was angry. Overboard? Haha, this is Blood Demon World and Blood Demon Church rules here. I can do whatever I like. Who can do anything to me? You should blame your wife for being so enchanting that I can't stand the temptation. Protector Jean Yin scoffed as he stood up. Brothers, go and catch the beauty for me. When I'm done with her, all of you can take turns for her to serve you. Haha, thank you, Protector Jean Yin. The few universe gods who stood at the side looked excited, their burning gazes fixed onto the beauty in a white robe. Bastard. Universe God Chi-E was angry and his aura suddenly soared. This annoying Universe God Chi-E, just kill him. The few Universe gods from Blood Demon Church had a sudden murderous intention and hung. A massacre was suddenly induced. The exquisite pavilion instantly broke into parts from the impact of divine power. Universe God Chi-E and the other few people's figures instantly soared up in the void above the city, and they startled the cultivators in the entire city. Husband. The beauty in a white robe had a green sword in her hand as she rushed onto the battlefield. However, although the couple were universe gods in the second heaven, their opponents were 5 universe gods in the second heaven. Plus, there was Protector Jean Yen, who was a universe god in the third heaven, watching by the side. Humph! Just a universe god in the second heaven, and he wants to counterattack. Protector Jean Yen smirked in disdain, and he fixed his gaze on the beauty in a white robe. Don't hurt my beauty. I have to take good care of her. With a malicious smile, Protector Jean Yen moved and appeared behind the beauty in a white robe. He extended his hand to grab her shoulder. Husband. The beauty in a white robe was frightened and went as pale as a sheet. You evil Jean Yen. Universe God Chi-E let out a shrill roar that shook the heavens and earth. Just as Protector Jean Yan's palm reached for the beauty in a white robe's shoulder, vroom! A shapeless force suddenly soared over from nowhere, and Protector Jean Yan's smile immediately stiffened. The few experts from Blood Demon Church who were besieging Universe God Chi-E looked terrified too. The next moment, the few persons' gazes grew dim, and their bodies fell helplessly. That sight shocked all the cultivators in the city who were watching the battle. In the void, Universe God Chi-E and the beauty in white robe were shocked at the sight. Chapter 1549, Elder Shuiyang. Chapter 1549, Elder Shuiyang. My husband, what happened to them? The white-robed, beautiful woman questioned shockingly. It's an expert. An expert has acted secretly to help us. Universe God Chi-E was looking at the void around him. However, he did not manage to find the origin of that power. No matter who helped us, both of us are extremely grateful. Universe God Chi-E bowed down to the void around him. After that, he pulled his wife's hand and left immediately. The city then went into a complete uproar. A protector of the Blood Demon Church had died within the city, and this was a big matter. Moreover, the most important thing was that it was unknown who the protector was killed by or how he was killed. Many cultivators from the city had started to find the mysterious expert who attacked the protector. However, they were unable to find him. At the very next moment, just opposite the void where the fight had broken out between Universe God Chi-E and the protector, 2 figures were sitting down on a spot near the window in a pub. Jian Wushuang. Didn't Hall Master Yuan of the lineage of Star remind you many times not to act unless you have absolutely no choice? Why did you act in the end? The fiery king, who had scarlet hair, scarlet eyebrows, and even a scarlet beard, looked at Jian Wushuang while laughing and holding a wine cup. I have already checked. Although there are quite a number of cultivators in this city, the strongest person is only a normal universe, god of the third heaven. Hence, no one will be able to tell that I am the one who did it, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Even if that's the case, we must still be careful. As the fiery king spoke, he exclaimed in admiration soon after. However, the Blood Demon Church's people's way of doing things is really unreasonable. They were actually snatching other people's wives without any restraint in front of so many cultivators in the city. It is no wonder that the cultivators of the Blood Demon Church would say that the Blood Demon Church's people are all demons. Looking at it now, that seems to be the case. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Back then, by just hearing the name, he could tell that the Blood Demon Church was not a decent powerhouse. After coming to the Blood Demon world for real, he realized that the Blood Demon Church was even more evil than he had expected. For example, A small matter like snatching other people's wives could make the blood demon churches people start killing people. The blood demon church still had some small powerhouses and sections. On ordinary days, as soon as they disrespected the blood demon church even the slightest bit, the blood demon church would destroy the sect straight away or even destroy their clan. All in all, the blood demon church was the overlord of the blood demon world. Such a powerhouse actually existed for so many years in the world. Yet no experts acted to destroy it, the fiery king muttered. If the blood demon church dared to do such things within the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, they would have been destroyed many times. However, this place is only a holy kingdom. Hence, the blood demon church is considered a top powerhouse, as long as one is not stupid enough to provoke real God Jiogong, who would not be killed, Jian Wushuang said. However, his mind was filled with worries. After all, there was a high possibility that Lung Rushue was inside the blood demon church. Jian Wushuang, what do we do now? The fiery king looked over. Let's go somewhere near the blood demon church's base. I have to first confirm whether the person I'm looking for is there, Jian Wushuang said. In no time, Jian Wushuang and the fiery king set off. The blood demon church's base was within one of the regions of the blood demon church. When Jian Wushuang stepped into this region, Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat and he took out a token immediately. It was a special golden token, and it was given to him by Emperor Tang after his marriage with Lung Rushuang in the Green Fire world back then. Back then, when Lung Rushuang's consciousness was about to go into a deep sleep, Emperor Tang had intentionally left a seal inside her consciousness. Unless Lung Rushuang's consciousness woke up and she went to erase the seal herself, it would be impossible to erase the seal even if Lung Rushue was controlling the body and had her abilities rise to a very high level. As for the golden token, it could sense the existence of that seal. When Jian Wushuang appeared in the region where the blood demon church was in that very moment, the golden token had a reaction. As expected, it's her. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly and he was extremely excited. Previously, although he obtained the news from the Vientiane Tower, be it the Vientiane Tower or him, they were unable to confirm if the person within the base of the blood demon church was actually Lung Rushue. However, at that very moment, Jian Wushuang could confirm. Shuanger, I have finally found you. Please wait a while longer. In no time, I will get your consciousness to wake up and let you control your own body again. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glowing brilliantly. Of course, before that, he still needed to be sure of the true abilities of the blood demon church. As a powerful overlord within the Jiogong Holy Kingdom, the blood demon church had quite a number of experts. Among them, those who stood at the highest level were naturally the few real gods, and below them were a few elders who were peak universe gods of the third heaven. Among those elders, one of them was Elder Shuiyang. Elder Shuiyang had come from a normal region within the Jiogong Holy Kingdom originally. Moreover, when he was small and weak, he had been chased around by strong enemies. As such, he had escaped to the outside world and roamed about everywhere. After that, as he had no choice, he went to the blood demon world and joined the blood demon church with an identity as a universe god of the first heaven. With the help and the resources within the blood demon church, his abilities grew continuously and he became an elder of the blood demon church in the end. When he became an elder, he lived his life comfortably. In the blood demon world, one could run wild willfully. When many weak forces in the blood demon world were facing him, they trembled in fear and were extremely terrified of him as they were scared that they might have offended him. Everywhere he went, people would bow to him and try to win his favor. As soon as ignorant people provoked him, he would not need to act personally. Instead, by giving an order on the second day, that person, the sect that he was in, his loved ones and good friends, would all be killed. Thus, it could be said that within the blood demon world, one sentence of his could decide the fate of many people. Elder Shui Yang also enjoyed the power and influence that he possessed. However, at that very moment, his good days were about to come to an end. "Who are the both of you?" Elder Shui-Yang's eyes were filled with a bit of fear as he looked at the two people who had appeared in front of him all of a sudden. For the two people, one of them was carrying a long sword while the body of the other person was like fire. Moreover, either one of them could give him, a peak universe god of the third heaven, pressure that he never experienced before. The pressure that he experienced was even greater than the pressure he had felt whilst facing the few real gods within the Blood Demon Church. "I wish to ask you something. You had better answer it truthfully." Jian Wushuang's expression was cold, and he was staring at Elder Shui-Yang. I will do my best." Elder Shui-Yang's throat was trembling. "I know that you are an elder of the Blood Demon Church, which is considered quite a high position within the Blood Demon Church. Therefore, you should know some of the matters within the Blood Demon Church. Let me ask you, how many real gods does the Blood Demon Church have, and how strong are they?" Jian Wushuang's low voice echoed in the ears of Elder Shui-Yang. Chapter 1550, 3 Stages of Real God. Chapter 1550, 3 Stages of Real God. The two of them are aiming at Blood Demon Church. Elder Shui-Yang felt terrified, but he didn't reply to Jian Wushuang's question instantly. He knew clearly how brutal Blood Demon Church's conduct was. If he were to expose the privacy of the internal Blood Demon Church, and they were to find out, he would definitely end miserably. "Why, you're not willing to?" Fiery King glanced at Elder Shui-Yang. "It seems like you will have to suffer for a bit." "Elder Shui-Yang," Jian Wushuang suddenly spoke. Elder Shui-Yang looked at Jian Wushuang subconsciously and was immediately attracted by the glaring crimson light in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The crimson light was like a scarlet sun that was extremely eye-catching. 18 Azura Hell instantly descended. "No, no!" Elder Shui-Yang instantly gave out a blood-curdling scream. He fell into the dreamland and was unable to free himself from it. With Jian Wushuang's current soul strength, it was close to a real god's dreamland when he performed 18 Azura Hell with his all, and it was extremely torturous to one's body and mind. Although Elder Shui-Yang was a peak universe god in the third heaven, he couldn't endure the terrifying torture of 18 Azura Hell. Ah! Elder Shui-Yang's eyes were bloodshot and his face was distorted in agony. He looked extremely ferocious. The entire heaven and earth was drowned in his shrill scream. Luckily, before Jian Wushuang had pulled him into dreamland, Fiery King had already set up a layer of restraint at the surrounding void. Hence, the scream never spread and there was no communication allowed. Very soon, Elder Shui-Yang walked through each kind of torture in the dreamland and it slowly dispersed. Elder Shui-Yang looked exhausted as he collapsed on the ground. However, there was still an unprecedented fear on his face. "Elder Shui-Yang, the earlier dreamland. Do you want to experience it again?" Jian Wushuang glared at Elder Shui-Yang and said coldly, "Don't be in a hurry. We have time. The earlier phantasmagoria, if you are willing to, we can do it 10 times or 100 times. 10 times? 100 times." Just one time could make Elder Shui-Yang close to going mad. No, I'll tell you everything." Elder Shui-Yang shook his head and shouted. Jian Wushuang and Fiery King smirked coldly at his reply. "Jian Wushuang, your torturing measure is really impressive." Fiery King couldn't hold back his compliments. In terms of power, Fiery King might be stronger by 1 notch. However, in terms of torturing measure, Jian Wushuang, who is a universe god good at soul attacks, was much more skillful than Fiery King. When he performed 18 Azura Hell with his all, forget about Elder Shui-Yang. Even an ordinary real god might not be able to withstand it. Tell me, in Blood Demon Church, how many real gods are there in total? Jian Wushuang inquired. There's a total of 4. There are 3 first-stage void real god, and the other one is the founder of Blood Demon Church, who is a real god who already reached the 2nd stage. Elder Shui-Yong didn't dare to hide. 2nd stage. Jian Wushuang's pupils contracted. Eternal real god. Fiery King's face grew solemn. In eternal chaotic world, there were 3 stages for a real god. The first stage was void real god, which was the most ordinary king. In 10 cultivation sanctuaries, some weaker sects were appendage to real gods of that stage. For instance, 7 Planet Palace Master, who Jian Wushuang had once suppressed, the real gods that were imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, including Fiery God, Blood Emperor, Heartless King, and so on, they were all in that stage. However, Fiery King was considered at the peak of void real god. The 2nd stage of real god was eternal real god. Real gods at this stage were much rarer than the first stage void real gods. Even within 10 cultivation sanctuaries, if an eternal real god were willing, he could easily start a force or sect. For instance, most of the deacon elderlies were eternal real god. As for the 3rd stage of real god, it was known as chaotic real god. Those were real gods at the peak. There were very few real gods of that stage. Even a force like Lineage of Star had very few chaotic real gods. Of course, the bunch of chaotic real god at the peak were listed on the real god ranking list. Their fighting power was extremely strong. Like Lei Chao, he was one of the chaotic real god listed on real god ranking list. For the 3 stages of real god, every stage marks a vast difference. The eternal real god in Blood Demon Church is much scarier than the 3 void real gods team up, Fiery God explained. Besides the 4, is there any other experts in Blood Demon Church? I'm referring to the kind that is always in seclusion and hardly reveal themselves normally, Jian Wushuang continued to ask. I really have no idea. Elder Shuang shook his head and said pathetically, Mister, although I am an elderly in Blood Demon Church, there are about 20 elderlies like myself in Blood Demon Church. We are considered higher-ups, but we have no idea about the core secret in Blood Demon Church. For instance, I have no idea if there's any hidden expert in Blood Demon Church. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and didn't doubt what Elder Shuang said. I have a portrait here. Take a look and see if you know this person or if you have seen this person in Blood Demon Church. Jian Wushuang took out a painting of Lung Rushuang. Elder Shuang took a look at the portrait and he immediately looked shocked, but he immediately shook his head. Mister, I've never seen this person. Are you sure? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. I am sure. After all, a lady that looks this beautiful, if I were to see her, I definitely have an impression, but I don't recall it all. This lady is definitely not in Blood Demon Church. Even if she were, I reckon she should be kept as maidservant by the people in the church. A maidservant that is so beautiful, who's willing to bring her out to share with everyone. Elder Shuang had yet to finish his sentence. Ha! Jian Wushuang had already given Elder Shuang a tight slap. Then Elder Shuang immediately spat a mouthful of blood and stunned. Maidservant. Jian Wushuang harumphed coldly. He knew very clearly that there might be people with great power in the world who could forcefully take control of a primordial great sinner. However, in Blood Demon Church, there wasn't anyone who had the ability to. Plus, according to the information that he had gotten from Vientiane Tower, Lung Rushua's position in Blood Demon Church was extraordinary. You'd better think about it carefully. If you say any more nonsense, you're going to die, Jian Wushuang bellowed. Yes, yes. Elder Shuang nodded continuously, and his eyes suddenly twinkled. Yeah, mister. There's a mysterious person in Blood Demon Church. He might be the person you're looking for. A mysterious person? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Tell me. Chapter 1551, Lung Zuanju. Chapter 1551, Lung Zuanju. This person came to the Blood Demon Church more than 200 years ago. Moreover, she brought along a servant. For the past years, they have been living in the ancient Demon Mountain. Elder Shuiyang continued speaking. Ever since she came, the church master gave an order not to go near the ancient Demon Mountain. For the past 200 years, we never saw this person coming out again, although we knew that such a person did exist. Naturally, I have never seen her before. However, I can confirm she is a young woman, and our church master addresses her as Lung Zuinju. Lung Zuinju? Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank. It's definitely her. Draw me the location of the ancient Demon Mountain, Jian Wushuang ordered. Understood. Elder Shuiyang agreed without hesitation. After Jian Wushuang had obtained what he wanted. Looking at the fact that you are cooperative, I can let you die an easier death. Jian Wushuang shot a glance toward Elder Shuiyang. What? Elder Shuiyang was shocked. When he was about to say something, a soul power headed for him straight away. After that, before he was even able to give a horrible shriek, he became an icy cold body. With a wave of the fiery king's hand, a great amount of flames appeared and burnt Elder Shuiyang's body to ashes. Jian Wushuang, Lung Zuinju is the person you're looking for, right? The fiery king asked. That's right. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. However, she is currently staying in the Blood Demon Church. Hence, it is next to impossible for her to come out by herself. There's no choice. We can only storm in. Charge in forcefully. The fiery king frowned slightly. The Blood Demon Church has a total of 4 real gods, and among them, there is also an eternal real god. Hence, it is not a good idea to provoke them. I understand. However, the Blood Demon Church is very weak in comparison to the lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold, and he immediately sent a message to Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang, I have already hired 3 real gods for you, and they will arrive at the Blood Demon Church in a short while. At that time, they will contact you. With the 3 real gods and Fiery King, who is with you, you can suppress the Blood Demon Church easily, Hall Master Yuan answered with great confidence. Thank you. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Jian Wushuang thanked Hall Master Yuan. After that, he waited quietly near the base of the Blood Demon Church with the Fiery King, at the ancient Demon Mountain within the base of the Blood Demon Church. At the summit of the ancient Demon Mountain, there was a delicate black hall, and there was a white-clothed woman sitting inside it. The white-clothed woman's face was covered with a veil, and her looks could not be clearly seen. However, just her partially revealed face was enough to excite countless cultivators. The most important thing was that she was extremely cold and elegant. Such coldness and elegance was enough to captivate the souls of the people. She was Lung Zuinju, who Elder Shuiyang mentioned. At the very moment behind Lung Zuinju, there was a black-robed person standing respectfully, and she was completely covered by the black robe. Number 7. Please ask the Blood Demon Church Master about the progress of that matter, Lung Zuinju asked coldly. Master, please don't worry. Not long ago, the Blood Demon Church Master sent me a message. In 10 years' time, he will be able to complete what we asked of him. A hoarse, low voice could be heard from under the black robe of the black-robed person. From the sound of it, the black-robed person seemed to be an old married woman. He still needs 10 more years? His speed is really slow. I think he can stop being the Blood Demon Church Master. Lung Zuinju remained indifferent. It seemed that in her eyes, the Blood Demon Church Master who had achieved the level of eternal real God was about the same as an ant. Master, with just a request from you, many people would be willing to allow you to take over the Blood Demon Church. In place of him, the old married woman under the black robe laughed. Oh, right. His Highness Mu Hong should be reaching in a few days' time, right? His Highness Mu Hong? Haha, he is really persistent. Did he come to earn my favor again? Lung Zuinju laughed coldly. His Highness Mu Hong knows that the master needs the 7-star moon warbler lotus. Hence, he used his father, the 7th palace master's power, and almost destroyed a holy kingdom. With that, he finally obtained the 7-star moon warbler lotus, and this time round, he is coming over intentionally to give it to you, the black-robed, old married woman said. Oh, looks like the 7th palace master really treats him like a treasure on his skin. However, it's also because of this that Mu Hong was able to live until now. If not, with his attitude, he would have been killed by people many times a long time ago. Since he wishes to earn my favor, so be it. Lung Zuanju sneered, and her eyes glowed with a cold light. After a few days, somewhere near the Blood Demon Church, the 3 real gods who Hall Master Yuan had hired to help Jian Wushuang arrived. Atop the vast void, 3 figures flew side by side. Among the 3 of them, the leader was a big and tall man who wore bronze armor. As for the other 2, one of them was a red-robed, old married woman, while the other one was a slightly hunchbacked, bald old man. As for Jian Wushuang, he felt an extremely huge amount of pressure from the 3 of them. Gosh, 2 eternal real gods, and the last one is actually a chaotic real god. The fiery king revealed a shocked expression. In the 3 stages of real god, he was only at the top of the first stage. However, among the 3 people in front of him, 2 of them were at the 2nd stage, while the last person was at the 3rd stage of a real god. With such a lineup, even if they were to be placed in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, it would be enough to destroy some medium-sized powerhouses that were weak in power. You are Jian Wushuang. The 3 real gods looked toward Jian Wushuang. Although Jian Wushuang was only a universe god, he was a super demon who ranked 3rd in the universe god ranking list. Moreover, he was also a Star Palace disciple of the lineage of Star. When looking at such a genius, the 3 real gods remained modest. I am Longqing, and you can call me Real God Longqing. As for the 2 of them, they are Real God Bai Ying and Real God Yin Tua, respectively. Among the 3 of them, the big, tall, bronze armor man, who is also the strongest as a chaotic real god, opened his mouth to make his introduction. I am Jian Wushuang. Greetings to the 3 of you. Jian Wushuang greeted the 3 of them modestly. Hall Master Yuan has told us the objective of this trip. However, as for the details for this operation, you will be the one to call the shots, Real God Longqing said. As Hall Master Yuan had given them great benefits, they had come to give Jian Wushuang a hand. For a short period of time, they would take instructions from Jian Wushuang. Since the 3 of you already know the objective, I need not say much. However, I must stress that the person I want must be captured alive. If there is really no choice, you can injure her. However, you cannot kill her. I would rather let her escape than let her die. Jian Wushuang said earnestly. The 3 real gods looked at each other in blank dismay and nodded their heads. They could also tell that the person Jian Wushuang wanted to capture alive had a special relationship with him. Also, I have obtained reliable news that Lung Zuanju, who I wanted to capture alive, is currently within the ancient demon mountain of the Blood Demon Church. Moreover, she has not left the ancient demon mountain for over 200 years. Hence, we have no choice but to charge in forcefully. Ah,